Jim replied. "Once from the Col du Géant by the Brenva Glacier, once by the Dôme route, once from the Brouillard Glacier, and the last time by the Mont Mondi." Hanaud listened with genuine friendliness, and said, "You'll tell me things which are interesting and very new to me," he said warmly. "I am grateful, monsieur." "On the other hand," Jim answered dryly, "you, monsieur, tell me very little. Even what you brought me to this café to say you are going to keep to yourself. But for my part I shall not be so churlish. I'm going to tell you what I think." "Yes?" "I think we have missed the way." "Oh?" Hanaud selected a cigarette from his bundle in its bright blue wrapping. "You will perhaps think me presumptuous in saying so." "Not the least little bit in the world," Hanaud replied seriously. "We of the police are liable, in searching widely, to overlook the truth under our noses. That is our danger. Another angle of view. There is nothing more precious. I am all attention." Jim Frobisher drew his chair closer to the round table of iron and leaned his elbows upon it. "I think there is one question in particular which we must answer if we are to discover whether Mrs. Harlowe was murdered, and if so, by whom." Hanaud nodded. "I agree," he said slowly, "but I wonder whether we have the same question in our minds." "It is a question which we have neglected. It is this: who put back the professor's treatise on Strophanthus in its place upon the bookshelf in the library between midday yesterday and this morning?" Hanaud struck another of his abominable matches, and held it in the shelter of his palm until the flame shone. He lit his cigarette and took a few puffs at it. "No doubt that question is important," he admitted, although in rather an off-hand way, "but it is not mine. No, I think there is another more important still. I think if we could know why the door of the treasure-room, which had been locked since Simon Harlowe's death, was unlocked on the night of the 27th of April, we should be very near to the whole truth of this dark affair. But," and he flung out his hands, "that baffles me." Jim left him sitting at the table and staring moodily upon the pavement, as if he hoped to read the answer there. Chapter 12. The Breaking of the Seals. A few minutes later Jim Frobisher had to admit that Hanaud guessed very luckily. He would not allow that it was more than a guess. Monsieur Hanaud might be a thorough little Mr. Know-all, but no insight, however brilliant, could inform him of so accidental a circumstance. But there the fact was. Frobisher did arrive at the Maison Grenelle, to his great discomfort, before Betty Harlowe. He had loitered with Hanaud at the café just so that this might not take place. He shrank from being alone with Anne Upcott, now that he suspected her. The most he could hope to do was to conceal the reason of his trouble. The trouble itself, in her presence, he could not conceal. She made his case the more difficult, perhaps, by a rather wistful expression of sympathy. "You are distressed," she said gently, "but surely you need not be any longer. What I said this morning was true. It was 10:30 when that dreadful whisper reached my ears. Betty was a mile away amongst her friends in a ballroom. Nothing can shake that." "It is not on her account that I am troubled," he cried, and Anne looked at him with startled eyes. Betty crossed the court and joined them in the hall before Anne could ask a question, and throughout their luncheon he made conversation upon indifferent subjects with rapidity, if without entertainment. Fortunately, there was no time to spare. They were still indeed smoking their cigarettes over their coffee when Gaston informed them that the commissaire of police with his secretary was waiting in the library. "This is Mr. Frobisher, my solicitor in London," said Betty as she presented Jim. The commissaire, Monsieur Girardot, was a stout, bald, middle-aged man with a pair of folding glasses sitting upon a prominent fat nose. His secretary, Maurice Tavernet, was a tall, good-looking novice in the police administration, a trifle flashy in his appearance, and in his own esteem, one would gather, rather a conqueror amongst the fair. "I have asked Monsieur Bex, Mademoiselle's notary in Dijon, to be present," said Jim. "That is quite in order," replied the commissaire, and Monsieur Bex was at that moment announced. He came on the very moment of 3. The clock was striking as he bowed in the doorway. Everything was just as it should be. Monsieur Bex was pleased. "With Monsieur le Commissaire's consent," he said, smiling, "we can now proceed with the final ceremonies of this affair." "We wait for Monsieur Hanaud," said the commissaire. "Hanaud?" "Hanaud of the Sûreté of Paris, who has been invited by the examining magistrate to take charge of this case," the commissaire explained. "Case?" cried Monsieur Bex in perplexity. "But there is no case for Hanaud to take charge of," and Betty Harlowe drew him a little aside. Whilst she gave the little notary some rapid summary of the incidents of the morning, Jim went out of the room into the hall in search of Hanaud. He saw him at once, but to his surprise Hanaud came forward from the back of the hall as if he had entered the house from the garden. "I sought you in the dining-room," he said, pointing to the door of that room, which certainly was at the back of the house, behind the library, with its entrance behind the staircase. "We will join the others." Hanaud was presented to Monsieur Bex. "And this gentleman?" asked Hanaud, bowing slightly to Tavernet. "My secretary, Maurice Tavernet," said the commissaire, and in a loud undertone, "a charming youth of an intelligence which is surprising. He will go far." Hanaud looked at Tavernet with a friendly interest. The young recruit gazed at the great man with kindling eyes. "This will be an opportunity for me, Monsieur Hanaud, by which, if I do not profit, I prove myself of no intelligence at all," he said with a formal modesty which quite went to the heart of Monsieur Bex. "That is very correct," said he. Hanaud, for his part, was never averse to flattery. He cocked an eye at Jim Frobisher. He shook the secretary warmly by the hand. "Then don't hesitate to ask me questions, my young friend," he answered. "I am Hanaud now, yes, but I was once young Maurice Tavernet without, alas, his good looks." Maurice Tavernet blushed with the most becoming diffidence. "That is very kind," said Monsieur Bex. "This looks like growing into a friendly little family party," Jim Frobisher thought, and he quite welcomed a hum and a ha from the commissaire. He moved to the centre of the room. "We, Girardot, commissaire of police, will now remove the seals," he said pompously. He led the way from the library across the hall and along the corridor to the wide door of Mrs. Harlowe's bedroom. He broke the seals and removed the bands. Then he took a key from the hand of his secretary and opened the door upon a shuttered room. The little company of people surged forward. Hanaud stretched out his arms and barred the way. "Just for a moment, please," he ordered, and over his shoulder Jim Frobisher had a glimpse of the room which made him shiver. This morning in the garden some thrill of the chase had made him for a moment eager that Hanaud should press on, that development should follow upon development, until somewhere a criminal stood exposed. Since the hour, however, which he had spent upon the tower of the terrace, all thought of the chase appalled him, and he waited for developments in fear. This bedroom, mistily lit by a few stray threads of daylight which pierced through the chinks of the shutters, cold and silent and mysterious, was for him peopled with phantoms, whose faces no one could see, who struggled dimly in the shadows. Then Hanaud and the commissaire crossed to the windows opposite, opened them, and flung back the shutters. The clear, bright light flooded every corner in an instant, and brought to Jim Frobisher relief. The room was swept and clean, the chairs ranged against the wall, the bed flat and covered with an embroidered spread. Everywhere there was order. It was as empty of suggestion as a vacant bedroom in an hotel. Hanaud looked about him. "Yes," he said, "this room stood open for a week after Madame's funeral. It would have been a miracle if we discovered anything which could help us." He went to the bed, which stood with its head against the wall midway between the door and the windows. A small flat stand with a button of enamel lay upon the round table by the bedside, and from the stand a cord ran down by the table leg and disappeared under the carpet. "This is the bell into what was the maid's bedroom, I suppose," he said, turning towards Betty. "Yes." Hanaud stooped and minutely examined the cord, but there was no sign that it had ever been tampered with. He stood up again. "Mademoiselle, will you take Monsieur Girardot into Jean Baudin's bedroom and close the door? I shall press this button, and you will know whether the bell rings, whilst we here shall be able to assure ourselves whether sounds made in one of the rooms would be heard in the other." "Certainly." Betty took the commissaire of police away, and a few seconds later those in Mrs. Harlowe's room heard a door close in the corridor. "Will you shut our door now, if you please?" Hanaud requested. Bex, the notary, closed it. "Now, silence, if you please." Hanaud pressed the button, and not a sound answered him. He pressed it again and again with the same result. The commissaire returned to the bedroom. "Well?" Hanaud asked. "It rang twice," said the commissaire. Hanaud shrugged his shoulders with a laugh. "And an electric bell has a shrill, penetrating sound," he cried. "Name of a name, but they built good houses when the Maison Grenelle was built. Are the cupboards and drawers open?" He tried one and found it locked. Monsieur Bex came forward. "All the drawers were locked on the morning when Madame Harlowe's death was discovered. Mademoiselle Harlowe herself locked them in my presence and handed to me the keys for the purpose of making an inventory. Mademoiselle was altogether correct in so doing, for until the funeral had taken place the terms of the will were not disclosed." "But afterwards, when you took the inventory, you must have unlocked them." "I have not yet begun the inventory, Monsieur Hanaud. There were the arrangements for the funeral, a list of the properties to be made for valuation, and the vineyards to be administered." "Oh!" cried Hanaud alertly. "Then these wardrobes and cupboards and drawers should hold exactly what they held on the night of the 27th of April. He ran quickly about the room, trying a door here, a drawer there, and came to a stop beside a cupboard fashioned in the thickness of the wall. "The trouble is that a child with a bent wire could unlock any one of them. Do you know what Madame Harlowe kept in this, Monsieur Bex?" And Hanaud rapped with his knuckles upon the cupboard door. "No, I have no idea. Shall I open it?" And Bex produced a bunch of keys from his pocket. "Not for the moment, I think," said Hanaud. He had been dawdling over the locks and the drawers, as though time meant nothing to him at all. He now swung briskly back into the centre of the room, making notes, it seemed to Frobisher, of its geography. The door, opening from the corridor, faced across the length of the floor, the two tall windows above the garden. If one stood in the doorway facing these windows, the bed was on the left hand. On the corridor side of the bed, a second, smaller door, which was half open, led to a white-tiled bathroom. On the window side of the bed was the cupboard in the wall, about the height of a woman's shoulders. A dressing-table stood between the windows, a great fireplace broke the right-hand wall, and in that same wall, close to the right-hand window, there was yet another door. Hanaud moved to it. "This is the door of the dressing-room?" he asked of Anne Upcott, and without waiting for an answer, pushed it open. Monsieur Bex followed upon his heels with his keys rattling. "Everything here has been locked up too," he said. Hanaud paid not the slightest attention. He opened the shutters. It was a narrow room without any fireplace at all, and with a door exactly opposite to the door by which Hanaud had entered. He went at once to this door. "And this must be the communicating door which leads into what is called the treasure-room," he said, and he paused with his hand upon the knob, and his eyes ranging alertly over the faces of the company. "Yes," said Anne Upcott. Jim was conscious of a queer thrill. He thought of the opening of some newly discovered tomb of a pharaoh in a hillside of the Valley of Kings. Suspense passed from one to the other as they waited, but Hanaud did not move. He stood there impassive and still, like some guardian image at the door of the tomb. Jim felt that he was never going to move, and in a voice of exasperation he cried, "Is the door locked?" Hanaud replied in a quiet but a singular voice. No doubt he, too, felt that strange current of emotion and expectancy which bound all in the room under a spell, and even gave to their diverse faces for a moment a kind of family similitude. "I don't know yet whether it's locked or not," he said. "But since this room is now the private sitting-room of Mademoiselle Hanaud, I think that we ought to wait until she rejoins us." Monsieur Bex just had time to remark with approval, "That is very correct," before Betty's fresh, clear voice rang out from the doorway leading to Mrs. Harlowe's bedroom. "I am here." Hanaud turned the handle. The door was not locked. It opened at a touch, inwards towards the group of people and upwards towards the corridor. The treasure-room was before them, shrouded in dim light, but here and there a beam of light sparkled upon gold and held out a promise of wonders. Hanaud picked his way daintily to the windows and fastened the shutters back against the outside wall. "I beg that nothing shall be touched," he said, as the others filed into the room. Chapter 13. Simon Harlowe's Treasure-Room. Like the rest of the reception-rooms along the corridor, it was longer than it was broad, and more of a gallery than a room. But it had been arranged for habitation rather than for occasional visits, for it was furnished with a luxurious comfort and not overcrowded. In the fawn-coloured panels of the walls a few exquisite pictures by Fragonard had been framed. On the writing-table of Chinese Chippendale by the window, every appointment, inkstand, pen-tray, candlestick, sand-caster, and all were of the pink Battersea enamel and without a flaw. But they were there for use, not for exhibition. Moreover, a prominent big fireplace in the middle of the wall on the side of the hall jutted out into the room and gave it almost the appearance of two rooms in communication. The one feature of the room, indeed, which at a first glimpse betrayed the collector, was the sedan chair set in a recess of the wall by the fireplace and opposite to the door communicating with Mrs. Harlowe's bedroom. Its body was of a pale French grey in colour, with elaborately carved mouldings in gold round the panels, and medallions representing fashionable shepherds and shepherdesses daintily painted in the middle of them. It had glass windows at the sides to show off the occupant, and it was lined with pale grey satin embroidered in gold to match the colour of the panels. The roof, which could be raised upon a hinge at the back, was ornamented with gold filigree work, and it had a door in front of which the upper part was glass. Altogether it was as pretty a gleaming piece of work as the art of carriage-building could achieve, and a gilt rail very fitly protected it. Even Hanaud was taken by its daintiness. He stood with his hands upon the rail, examining it with a smile of pleasure, until Jim began to think that he had quite forgotten the business which had brought him there. However, he brought himself out of his dream with a start. "A pretty world for rich people, Monsieur Frobisher," he said. "What pictures of fine ladies in billowy skirts and fine gentlemen in silk stockings, and what splashings of mud for the unhappy devils who had to walk!" He turned his back to the chair and looked across the room. "That is the clock which marked 10:30, mademoiselle, during the moment when you had the light turned up?" he asked of Anne. "Yes," she answered quickly. Then she looked at it again. "Yes, that's it." Jim detected, or fancied that he detected, a tiny change in her intonation as she repeated her assurance, not an inflection of doubt, it was not marked enough for that, but of perplexity. It was clearly, however, fancy upon his part, for Hanaud noticed nothing at all. Jim pulled himself up with an unspoken remonstrance. "Take care," he warned himself, "for once you begin to suspect people, they can say and do nothing which will not provide you with material for suspicion." Hanaud was without doubt satisfied. The clock was a beautiful, small gilt clock of the Louis XV period, shaped with a waist like a violin. It had a white face, and it stood upon a marquetry buhl cabinet, a little more than waist-high, in front of a tall Venetian mirror. Hanaud stood directly in front of it and compared it with his watch. "It is exact to the minute, mademoiselle," he said to Betty, with a smile as he replaced his watch in his pocket. He turned about so that he stood with his back to the clock. He faced the fireplace across the narrow neck of the room. It had an Adam mantelpiece, fashioned from the same fawn-coloured wood as the panels, with slender pillars and some beautiful carving upon the board beneath the shelf. Above the shelf one of the Fragonards was framed in the wall, and apparently, so that nothing should mask it, there were no high ornaments at all upon the shelf itself. One or two small boxes of Battersea enamel and a flat glass case alone decorated it. Hanaud crossed to the mantel-shelf and, after a moment's inspection, lifted with a low whistle of admiration the flat glass case. "You will pardon me, mademoiselle," he said to Betty, "but I shall probably never in my life have the luck to see anything so incomparable again, and the mantel-shelf is a little high for me to see it properly." Without waiting for the girl's consent, he carried it towards the window. "Do you see this, Monsieur Frobisher?" he called out, and Jim went forward to his side. The case held a pendant wrought in gold and chalcedony and translucent enamels by Benvenuto Cellini. Jim acknowledged that he had never seen craftsmanship so exquisite and delicate, but he chafed none the less at Hanaud's diversion from his business. "One could spend a long day in this room," the detective exclaimed, "admiring these treasures." "No doubt," Jim replied dryly, "but I had a notion that we were going to spend an afternoon looking for an arrow." Hanaud laughed. "My friend, you recall me to my duty." He looked at the jewel again and sighed. "Yes, as you say, we are not visitors here to enjoy ourselves." He carried the case back again to the mantel-shelf and replaced it. Then all at once his manner changed. He was leaning forward with his hands still about the glass case, but he was looking down. The fire-grate was hidden from the room by a low screen of blue lacquer, and Hanaud, from the position in which he stood, could see over the screen into the grate itself. "What is all this?" he asked. He lifted the screen from the hearth and put it carefully aside. All now could see what had disturbed him, a heap of white ashes in the grate. Hanaud went down upon his knees, and, picking up the shovel from the fender, he thrust it between the bars and drew it out again with a little layer of the ashes upon it. They were white and had been pulverized into atoms. There was not one flake which would cover a fingernail. Hanaud touched them gingerly, as though he had expected to find them hot. "This room was sealed up on Sunday morning, and today is Thursday afternoon," said Jim Frobisher with heavy sarcasm. "Ashes do not as a rule keep hot more than 3 days, Monsieur Hanaud." Maurice Thevenet looked at Frobisher with indignation. He was daring to make fun of Hanaud. He treated the Sûreté with no more respect than one might treat, well, say Scotland Yard. Even Monsieur Bex had an air of disapproval. For a partner of the firm of Frobisher and Hazlitt, this gentleman was certainly not very correct. Hanaud, on the contrary, was milk and water. "I have observed it," he replied mildly, and he sat back upon his heels with the shovel still poised in his hands. "Mademoiselle," he called, and Betty moved forward and leaned against the mantel-shelf at his side. "Who burnt these papers so very carefully?" he asked. "I did," Betty replied. "And when?" "On Saturday night, a few, and the rest on Sunday morning before Monsieur le Commissaire arrived." "And what were they, mademoiselle?" "Letters, monsieur." Hanaud looked up into her face quickly. "Oh, he said softly. "Letters, yes. And what kind of letters, if you please?" Jim Frobisher was for throwing up his hands in despair. What in the world had happened to Hanaud? One moment he forgot altogether the business upon which he was engaged in his enjoyment of Simon Harlowe's collection. The next he was off on his wild goose chase after anonymous letters. Jim had not a doubt that he was thinking of them now. One had only to say letters, and he was sidetracked at once, apparently ready to accuse anyone of their authorship. "They were quite private letters," Betty replied, whilst the colour slowly stained her cheeks. "They will not help you." "So I see," Hanaud returned, with just a touch of a snarl in his voice, as he shook the shovel and flung the ashes back into the grate. "But I am asking you, mademoiselle, what kind of letters these were?" Betty did not answer. She looked sullenly down at the floor, and then from the floor to the windows, and Jim saw with a stab of pain that her eyes were glistening with tears. "I think, Monsieur Hanaud, that we have come to a point when Mademoiselle and I should consult together," he interposed. "Mademoiselle would certainly be within her rights," said Monsieur Bex. But Mademoiselle waived her rights with a little petulant movement of her shoulders. "Very well." She showed her face now to them all, with the tears abrim in her big eyes, and gave Jim a little nod of thanks and recognition. "You shall be answered, Monsieur Hanaud," she said, with a catch in her voice. "It seems that nothing, however sacred, but must be dragged out into the light. But I say again, those letters will not help you." She looked across the group to her notary. "Monsieur Bex," she said, and he moved forward to the other side of Hanaud. "In Madame's bedroom, between her bed and the door of the bathroom, there stood a small chest in which she kept a good many unimportant papers, such as old receipted bills, which it was not yet wise to destroy. This chest I took to my office after Madame's death, of course with Mademoiselle's consent, meaning to go through the papers at my leisure and recommend that all which were not important should be destroyed. My time, however, was occupied, as I have already explained to you, and it was not until the Friday of the 6th of May that I opened the chest at all. On the very top I saw, to my surprise, a bundle of letters in which the writing had already faded, tied together with a ribbon. One glance was enough to assure me that they were very private and sacred things with which Mademoiselle's notary had nothing whatever to do. Accordingly, on the Saturday morning I brought them back myself to Mademoiselle Betty. With a bow, Monsieur Bex retired, and Betty continued the story. I put the letters aside so that I might read them quietly after dinner. As it happened, I could not in any case have given them attention before, for on that morning Monsieur Boris formulated his charge against me, and in the afternoon I was summoned to the office of the examining magistrate. As you can understand, I was, I don't say frightened, but distressed by this accusation, and it was not until quite late in the evening, and then rather to distract my thoughts than for any other reason, that I looked at the letters. But as soon as I did look at them, I understood that they must be destroyed. There were reasons which—" and her voice faltered, and with an effort again grew steady, "which I feel it rather a sacrilege to explain. They were letters which passed between my Uncle Simon and Mrs. Harlowe during the time when she was very unhappily married to Monsieur Ravillard, and living apart from him. Sometimes long letters, sometimes little scraps of notes scribbled off, without reserve, during a moment of freedom. They were letters of—" and again her voice broke and died away into a whisper, so that none could misunderstand her meaning. "Of lovers speaking very intimate things, and glorying in their love. Oh, there was no doubt that they ought to be destroyed, but I made up my mind that I ought to read them, every one, first of all, lest there should be something in them which I ought to know. I read a good many that night, and burnt them, but it grew late. I left the rest until the Sunday morning. I finished them on the Sunday morning, and what I had left over I burnt then. It was soon after I had finished burning them that Monsieur le Commissaire came to affix his seals. The ashes which you see there, Monsieur Hanaud, are the ashes of the letters which I burnt upon the Sunday morning." Betty spoke with a very pretty and simple dignity, which touched her audience to a warm sympathy. Hanaud gently tilted the ashes back into the grate. "Mademoiselle, I am always in the wrong with you," he said with an accent of remorse, "for I am always forcing you to statements which make me ashamed and do you honour." Jim acknowledged that Hanaud, when he wished, could do the handsome thing with a very good grace. Unfortunately, grace seemed never to be an enduring quality in him, as for instance now. He was still upon his knees in front of the hearth. Whilst making his apology, he had been raking amongst the ashes with the shovel without giving, to all appearance, any thought to what he was doing. But his attention was now arrested. The shovel had disclosed an unburnt fragment of bluish-white paper. Hanaud's body stiffened. He bent forward and picked the scrap of paper out from the grate, whilst Betty, too, stooped with a little movement of curiosity. Hanaud sat back again upon his heels. "So, you burnt more than letters last Sunday morning," he said. Betty was puzzled, and Hanaud held out to her the fragment of paper. "Bills too, mademoiselle." Betty took the fragment in her hand and shook her head over it. It was obviously the right-hand top corner of a bill, for an intriguing scrap of a printed address was visible, and below a figure or two in a column. "There must have been a bill or two mixed up with the letters," said Betty. "I don't remember it." She handed the fragment of paper back to Hanaud, who sat and looked at it. Jim Frobisher, standing just behind him, read the printed ends of names and words and the figures beneath, and happened to remember the very look of them. Hanaud held them so long in his hand. The top bit of name in large capital letters, the words below echeloned in smaller capitals, then the figures in the columns, and all enclosed in a rough sort of triangle, with a diagonal line browned and made ragged by the fire. Thus, Erin Struction Lus is 375.05. "Well, it is of no importance, luckily," said Hanaud, and he tossed the scrap of paper back into the grate. "Did you notice these ashes, Monsieur Girardot, on Sunday morning?" He turned any slur the question might seem to cast upon Betty's truthfulness with an explanation. "It is always good when it is possible to get a corroboration, mademoiselle." Betty nodded, but Girardot was at a loss. He managed to look extremely important, but importance was not required. "I don't remember," he said. However, corroboration of a kind, at all events, did come, though from another source. "If I might speak, Monsieur Hanaud," said Maurice Thévenet eagerly. "But by all means," Hanaud replied. "I came into this room just behind Monsieur Girardot on the Sunday morning. I did not see any ashes in the hearth, that is true, but Mademoiselle Harlowe was in the act of arranging that screen of blue lacquer in front of the fireplace just as we saw it today. She arranged it, and when she saw who her visitors were, she stood up with a start of surprise." "Aha!" said Hanaud cordially. He smiled at Betty. "This evidence is just as valuable as if he had told us that he had seen the ashes themselves." He rose to his feet and went close to her. "But there is another letter which you were good enough to promise to me," he said. She began, and Hanaud stopped her hurriedly. "It is better that we hold our tongues," he said, with a nod and a grin which recognized that in this matter they were accomplices. "This is to be our exclusive little secret, which, if he is very good, we will share with Monsieur le Commissaire." He laughed hugely at his joke, whilst Betty unlocked a drawer in the Chippendale secretary. Girardot, the commissaire, tittered, not quite sure that he thought very highly of it. Monsieur Bex, on the other hand, by a certain extra primness of his face, made it perfectly clear that in his opinion such a jape was very, very far from correct. Betty produced a folded sheet of common paper and handed it to Hanaud, who took it aside to the window and read it carefully. Then, with a look, he beckoned Girardot to his side. "Monsieur Frobisher can come too, for he is in the secret," he added, and the three men stood apart at the window looking at the sheet of paper. It was dated the 7th of May, signed The Scourge, like the others of this hideous brood, and it began without any preface. There were only a few words typed upon it, and some of them were epithets not to be reproduced, which made Jim's blood boil that a girl like Betty should ever have had to read them. "Your time is coming now, you—" and here followed the string of abominable obscenities. "You are for it, Betty Harlowe. Hanaud, the detective from Paris, is coming to look after you with his handcuffs in his pocket. You will look pretty in handcuffs, won't you, Betty? It's your white neck we want. 3 cheers for Wabersky. The Scourge." Girardot stared at the brutal words and settled his glasses on his nose and stared again. But, he stammered, and he pointed to the date. A warning gesture made by Hanaud brought him to a sudden stop, but Frobisher had little doubt as to the purport of that unfinished exclamation. Girardot was astonished, as Hanaud himself had been, that this item of news had so quickly leaked abroad. Hanaud folded the letter and turned back into the room. "Thank you, mademoiselle," he said to Betty, and Thévenet, the secretary, took his notebook from his pocket. "Shall I make you a copy of the letter, Monsieur Hanaud?" he said, sitting down and holding out his hand. "I wasn't going to give it back," Hanaud answered, "and a copy at the present stage isn't necessary. A little later on I may ask for your assistance." He put the letter away in his letter-case, and his letter-case away in his breast-pocket. When he looked up again, he saw that Betty was holding out to him a key. "This unlocks the cabinet at the end of the room," she said. "Yes, let us look now for the famous arrow, or we shall have Monsieur Frobisher displeased with us again," said Hanaud. The cabinet stood against the wall at the end of the room opposite to the windows and close to the door which opened onto the hall. Hanaud took the key, unlocked the door of the cabinet, and started back with a "Wow!" He was really startled, for facing him upon a shelf were two tiny human heads, perfect in feature, in hair, in eyes, but reduced to the size of big oranges. They were the heads of Indian tribesmen killed upon the banks of the Amazon, and preserved and reduced by their conquerors by the process common amongst those forests. "If the arrow is anywhere in this room, it is here that we should find it," he said, but though he found many curious oddities in that cabinet, of the perfect specimen of a poisoned arrow there was never a trace. He turned away with an air of disappointment. "Well then, mademoiselle, there is nothing else for it," he said regretfully, and for an hour he searched that room, turning back the carpet, examining the upholstery of the chairs and the curtains, shaking out every vase, and finally giving his attention to Betty's secretary. He probed every cranny of it. He discovered the simple mechanism of its secret drawers. He turned out every pigeonhole, working with extraordinary swiftness and replacing everything in its proper place. At the end of the hour the room was as orderly as when he had entered it, yet he had gone through it with a tooth-comb. "No, it is not here," he said, and he seated himself in a chair and drew a breath. "But on the other hand, as the two ladies and Monsieur Frobisher are aware, I was prepared not to find it here." "We have finished, then," said Betty, but Hanaud did not stir. "For a moment," he replied. "I shall be glad, Monsieur Girardot, if you will remove the seals in the hall from the door at the end of the room." The commissaire went out by the way of Mrs. Harlowe's bedroom, accompanied by his secretary. After a minute had passed, a key grated in the lock, and the door was opened. The commissaire and his secretary returned into the room from the hall. "Good," said Hanaud. He rose from his chair, and, looking around at the little group, now grown puzzled and anxious, he said very gravely, "In the interest of justice, I now ask that none of you shall interrupt me by either word or gesture, for I have an experiment to make." In a complete silence he walked to the fireplace and rang the bell. Chapter 14. An Experiment and a Discovery. Gaston answered the bell. "Will you please send Francine Rollard here?" said Hanaud. Gaston, however, stood his ground. He looked beyond Hanaud to Betty. "If mademoiselle gives me the order," he said respectfully. "At once, then, Gaston," Betty replied, and she sat down in a chair. Francine Rollard was apparently difficult to persuade, for the minutes passed, and when at last she did come into the treasure-room, she was scared and reluctant. She was a girl hardly over 20, very neat and trim and pretty, and rather like some wild, shy creature out of the woods. She looked round the group which awaited her with restless eyes and a sullen air of suspicion, but it was a suspicion of wild people for townsfolk. "Rollard," said Hanaud gently. "I sent for you, for I want another woman to help me in acting a little scene." He turned towards Anne Upcott. "Now, mademoiselle, will you please repeat exactly your movements here on the night when Madame Hanaud died? You came into the room, so. You stood by the electric light switch there. You turned it on, you noticed the time, and you turned it off quickly. For this communicating door stood wide open, so, and a strong light poured out of Madame Hanaud's bedroom through the doorway." Hanaud was very busy, placing himself first by the side of Anne to make sure that she stood in the exact place which she had described, and then running across the room to set wide open the communicating door. "You could just see the light gleaming on the ornaments and panels of the sedan chair on the other side of the fireplace on your right. So. And there, mademoiselle, you stood in the darkness and—" His words lengthened out now, with tiny intervals between each one. "You heard the sound of the struggle in the bedroom, and caught some words spoken in a clear whisper." "Yes," Anne replied with a shiver. The solemn manner of authority with which he spoke obviously alarmed her. She looked at him with troubled eyes. "Then will you stand there once more," he continued, "and once more listen as you listened on that night? I thank you." He went away to Betty. "Now, mademoiselle, and you, Francine Rolla, will you both please come with me?" He walked towards the communicating door, but Betty did not even attempt to rise from her chair. "Monsieur Hanaud," she said, with her cheeks very white and her voice shaking, "I can guess what you propose to do, but it is horrible and rather cruel to us, and I cannot see how it will help." Anne Upcott broke in before Hanaud could reply. She was more troubled even than Betty, though without doubt hers was to be the easier part. "It cannot help at all," she said. "Why must we pretend now the dreadful thing which was lived then?" Hanaud turned about in the doorway. "Ladies, I beg you to let me have my way. I think that when I have finished, you will yourselves understand that my experiment has not been without its use. I understand, of course, that moments like these bring their distress. But, you will pardon me, I am not thinking of you." And there was so much quietude and gravity in the detective's voice that his words, harsh though they were, carried with them no offence. "No, I am thinking of a woman more than double the age of either of you, whose unhappy life came to an end here on the night of the 27th of April. I am remembering 2 photographs which you, Mademoiselle Hanaud, showed me this morning. I am moved by them. Yes, that is the truth." He closed his eyes as if he saw those 2 portraits with their dreadful contrast impressed upon his eyelids. "I am her advocate," he cried aloud in a stirring voice. "The tragic woman, I stand for her. If she was done to death, I mean to know and I mean to punish." Never had Frobisher believed that Hanaud could have been so transfigured, could have felt or spoken with so much passion. He stood before them, an erect and menacing figure, all his grossness melted out of him, a man with a flaming sword. "As for you 2 ladies, you are young. What does a little distress matter to you? A few shivers of discomfort. How long will they last? I beg you not to hinder me." Betty rose up from her chair without another word, but she did not rise without an effort, and when she stood up at last she swayed upon her feet, and her face was as white as chalk. "Come, Francine," she said, pronouncing her words like a person with an impediment of speech. We must show Monsieur Hanaud that we are not the cowards he takes us for. But Francine still held back. I don't understand at all. I'm only a poor girl, and this frightens me. The police! They set traps, the police! Hanaud laughed. And how often do they catch the innocent in them? Tell me that, Mademoiselle Francine. He turned almost contemptuously towards Mrs. Harlowe's bedroom. Betty and Francine followed upon his heels. The others trooped in behind, with Frobisher last of all. He, indeed, was as reluctant to witness Hanaud's experiment as the girls were to take part in it. It savoured of the theatrical. There was to be some sort of imagined reproduction of the scene which Anne Upcott had described, no doubt with the object of testing her sincerity. It would really be a test of nerves more than a test of honesty, and to Jim was therefore neither reliable nor fair play. He paused in the doorway to say a word of encouragement to Anne, but she was gazing again with that curious air of perplexity at the clock upon the marquetry cabinet. "There is nothing to fear, Anne," he said, and she withdrew her eyes from the clock. They were dancing now as she turned them upon Frobisher. "I wondered whether I should ever hear you call me by my name," she said with a smile. "Thank you, Jim." She hesitated, and then the blood suddenly mounted into her face. "I'll tell you I was a little jealous," she added in a low voice, and with a little laugh at herself, as though she was a trifle ashamed of the confession. Jim was luckily spared the awkwardness of an answer by the appearance of Hanaud in the doorway. "I hate to interrupt, Monsieur Frobisher," he said with a smile, "but it is of a real importance that mademoiselle should listen without anything to distract her." Jim followed Hanaud into the bedroom, and was startled. The commissaire and his secretary and Monsieur Bex were in a group apart near to one of the windows. Betty Harlowe was stretched upon Mrs. Harlowe's bed. Francine Rollard stood against the wall near to the door, clearly frightened out of her wits, and glancing from side to side with the furtive, restless eyes of the half-tamed. But it was not this curious spectacle which so surprised Jim Frobisher, but something strange, something which almost shocked, in the aspect of Betty herself. She was leaning upon an elbow, with her eyes fixed upon the doorway, and the queerest, most inscrutable, fierce look in them that he had ever seen. She was quite lost to her environment. The experiment from which Francine shrank had no meaning for her. She was possessed, the old phrase leapt into Jim's thoughts, though her face was as still as a mask of frozen passion. It was only for a second, however, that the strange seizure lasted. Betty's face relaxed. She dropped back upon the bed with her eyes upon Hanaud like one waiting for instructions. Hanaud, by pointing a finger, directed Jim to take his place amongst the group at the window. He placed himself upon one side of the bed and beckoned to Francine. Very slowly she approached the end of the bed. Hanaud directed her in the same silent way to come opposite to him on the other side of the bed. For a little while Francine refused. She stood stubbornly shaking her head at the very foot of the bed. She was terrified of some trick, and when at last, at a sign from Betty, she took up the position assigned to her, she minced to it gingerly, as though she feared the floor would open beneath her feet. Hanaud made her another sign, and she looked at a scrap of paper on which Hanaud had written some words. The paper and her orders had obviously been given to her whilst Jim was talking to Anne Upcott. Francine knew what she was to do, but her suspicious peasant nature utterly rebelled against it. Hanaud beckoned to her with his eyes riveted upon her, compelling her, and against her will she bent forwards over the bed and across Betty Harlowe's body. A nod from Hanaud now, and she spoke in a low, clear whisper. "That will do now. And hardly had she spoken those few words which Anne Upcott said she had heard on the night of Mrs. Harlowe's death, but Hanaud himself must repeat them, and also in a whisper. Having whispered, he cried aloud towards the doorway in his natural voice. "Did you hear, mademoiselle? Was that the whisper which reached your ears on the night when Madame died?" All those in the bedroom waited for the answer in suspense, Francine Rolla, indeed, with her eyes fixed upon Hanaud in a very agony of doubt. And the answer came, "Yes, but whoever whispered twice this afternoon. On the night when I came down in the dark to the treasure-room, the words were only whispered once." "It was the same voice which whispered them twice, mademoiselle?" "Yes, I think so. I noticed no difference. Yes." And Hanaud flung out his arms with a comic gesture of despair and addressed the room. "You understand now my little experiment. A voice that whispers. How shall one tell it from another voice that whispers? There is no intonation, no depth, no lightness. There is not even sex in a voice which whispers. We have no clue, no, not the slightest, to the identity of the person who whispered 'That will do now' on the night when Madame Harlowe died." He waved his hand towards Monsieur Bex. "I will be glad if you will open now these cupboards, and Mademoiselle Harlowe will tell us, to the best of her knowledge, whether anything has been taken or anything disturbed." Hanaud returned to the treasure-room, leaving Monsieur Bex and Betty at their work, with the commissaire and his secretary to supervise them. Jim Frobisher followed him. He was very far from believing that Hanaud had truthfully explained the intention of his experiment. The impossibility of identifying a voice which whispers. Here was something with which Hanaud must have been familiar from 100 cases. No, that interpretation would certainly not work. There was quite another true reason for this melodramatic little scene which he had staged. He was following Hanaud in the hope of finding out that reason, when he heard him speaking in a low voice, and he stopped inside the dressing-room, close to the communicating door, where he could hear every word, and yet not be seen himself. "Mademoiselle," Hanaud was saying to Anne Upcott, "there is something about this clock here which troubles you." "Yes, of course it's nonsense. I must be wrong, for here is the cabinet, and on it stands the clock." Jim could gather from the two voices that they were both standing together close to the marquetry cabinet. "Yes, yes," Hanaud urged. "Still you are troubled." There was a moment's silence. Jim could imagine the girl looking from the clock to the door by which she had stood, and back again from the door to the clock. Surely that scene in the bedroom had been staged to extort some admission from Anne Upcott of the falsity of her story. Was he now, since the experiment had failed, resorting to another trick, setting a fresh trap? "Well," he asked insistently, "why are you troubled?" "It seems to me," Anne replied in a voice of doubt, "that the clock is lower now than it was. Of course it can't be, and I had only one swift glimpse of it. Yet my recollection is so vivid, the room standing out revealed in the moment of bright light, and then vanishing into darkness again. Yes, the clock seemed to me to be placed higher." And suddenly she stopped, as if a warning hand had been laid upon her arm. Would she resume? Jim was still wondering when, silently, like a swift animal, Hanaud was in the doorway and confronting him. "Yes, Monsieur Frobisher," he said, with an odd note of relief in his voice. "We shall have to enlist you in the Sûreté very soon. That I can see. Come in." He took Jim by the arm and led him into the room. "As for that matter of the clock, mademoiselle, the light goes up and goes out. It would have been a marvel if you had within that flash of vision seen every detail precisely true. No, there is nothing there." He flung himself into a chair and sat for a little while silent in an attitude of dejection. "You said this morning to me, monsieur, that I had nothing to go upon, that I was guessing here and guessing there, stirring up old troubles which had better be left quietly in their graves, and at the end discovering nothing. Upon my word, I believe you are right. My little experiment, was there ever a failure more abject?" Hanaud sat up alertly. "What is the matter?" he asked. Jim Frobisher had had a brain-wave. The utter disappointment upon Hanaud's face and in his attitude had enlightened him. Yes, his experiment had failed, for it was aimed at Francine Rollard. He had summoned her without warning. He had bidden her upon the instant to act a scene, nay, to take the chief part in it, in the hope that it would work upon her and break her down to a confession of guilt. He suspected Anne. Well, then, Anne must have had an accomplice. To discover the accomplice, there was the object of the experiment, and it had failed abjectly, as Hanaud himself confessed. Francine had shrunk from the ordeal, no doubt, but the reason of the shrinking was manifest. Fear of the police, suspicion of a trap, the furtive helplessness of the ignorant. She had not delivered herself into Hanaud's toils. But not a word of this conjecture did Jim reveal to Hanaud. To his question what was the matter, he answered simply, "Nothing." Hanaud beat with the palms of his hands upon the arms of his chair. "Nothing, eh? Nothing. That's the only answer in this case. To every question, to every search, nothing, nothing, nothing." And as he ended in a sinking voice, a startled cry rang out in the bedroom. "Betty!" Anne exclaimed. Hanaud threw off his dejection like an overcoat. Jim fancied that he was out of his chair and across the dressing-room before the sound of the cry had ceased. Certainly Betty could not have moved. She was standing in front of the dressing-table, looking down at a big jewel case of dark blue Morocco leather, and she was lifting up and down the open lid of it with an expression of utter incredulity. "Aha!" said Hanaud. "It is unlocked. We have something after all, Monsieur Frobisher. Here is a jewel-case unlocked, and jewel-cases do not unlock themselves. It was here?" He looked towards the cupboard in the wall, of which the door stood open. "Yes," said Betty. "I opened the door and took the case out by the side handles. The lid came open when I touched it." "Will you look through it, please, and see whether anything is missing?" While Betty began to examine the contents of the jewel-case, Hanaud went to Francine, who stood apart. He took her by the arm and led her to the door. "I am sorry if I frightened you, Francine," he said. "But, after all, we are not such alarming people, the police, eh? No, so long as good little maids hold their good little tongues, we can be very good friends. Of course, if there is chatter, little Francine, and gossip, little Francine, and that good-looking baker's boy is tomorrow spreading over Dijon the story of Hanaud's little experiment, Hanaud will know where to look for the chatterers." "Monsieur, I shall not say one word," cried Francine. "And how wise that will be, little Francine," Hanaud rejoined in a horribly smooth and silky voice. "For Hanaud can be the wickedest of wicked uncles to naughty little chatterers. Oh, yes. He seizes them tight, so, and it will be ever so long before he says to them, 'That will do now.'" He rounded off his threats with a quite friendly laugh and gently pushed Francine Rollard from the room. Then he returned to Betty, who had lifted the tray out of the box and was opening some smaller cases which had been lying at the bottom. The light danced upon pendant and bracelet, buckle and ring, but Betty still searched. "You missed something, mademoiselle?" "Yes." "It was, after all, certain that you would. Hanaud continued. "If murders are committed, there will be some reason. I will even venture to guess that the jewel which you miss is of great value."
"It is," Betty admitted. "But I expect it has only been mislaid. No doubt we shall find it somewhere, tucked away in a drawer." She spoke with very great eagerness and a note of supplication that the matter should rest there. "In any case, what has disappeared is mine, isn't it? And I am not going to imitate Monsieur Boris. I make no complaint."
Hanaud shook his head. "You are very kind, mademoiselle, but we cannot, alas, say here, 'That will do now.'" It was strange to Jim to notice how he kept harping upon the words of that whisper. "We are not dealing with a case of theft, but with a case of murder. We must go on. What is it that you miss?"
"A pearl necklace,"
Betty answered reluctantly. "A big one?" It was noticeable that as Betty's reluctance increased, Hanaud became more peremptory and abrupt.
"Not so very."
"Describe it to me, mademoiselle."
Betty hesitated. She stood with a troubled face looking out upon the garden. Then, with a shrug of resignation, she obeyed. "There were 35 pearls, not so very large, but they were perfectly matched and of a beautiful pink. My uncle took a great deal of trouble and some years to collect them. Madame told me herself that they actually cost him nearly £100,000. They would be worth even more now."
"A fortune, then!" cried Hanaud. Not a person in that room had any belief that the necklace would be found, laid aside somewhere by chance. Here was Hanaud's case building itself up steadily. Another story was added to it this afternoon. This or that experiment might fail. What did that matter? A motive for the murder came to light now. Jim had an intuition that nothing now could prevent a definite result, that the truth, like a beam of light that travels for 1,000,000 of years, would in the end strike upon a dark spot, and that someone would stand helpless and dazzled in a glare, the criminal. "Who knew of this necklace of yours, mademoiselle, beside yourself?" Hanaud asked.
"Everyone in the house, monsieur. Madame wore it nearly always."
"She wore it, then, on the day of her death?"
"Yes,
Betty began, and she turned towards Anne for confirmation, and then swiftly turned away again. "I think so." "I'm sure of it," said Anne steadily, though her face had grown rather white and her eyes anxious. "How long has Francine Rollard been with you?" Hanaud asked of Betty.
3 years, no, a little more. She's the only maid I have ever had," Betty answered with a laugh.
"I see," Hanaud said thoughtfully, and what he saw, it seemed to Jim Frobisher that everyone else in that room saw too. For no one looked at Anne Upcott. Old servants do not steal valuable necklaces. Anne Upcott and Jean Baudin, the nurse, were the only newcomers to the Maison Grenelle these many years. And Jean Baudin had the best of characters. Thus the argument seemed to run, though no one expressed it in words. Hanaud turned his attention to the lock of the cupboard and shook his head over it. Then he crossed to the dressing-table and the morocco case. "Aha!" he said with a lively interest. "This is a different affair," and he bent down closely over it. The case was not locked with a key at all. There were 3 small gilt knobs in the front of the case, and the lock was set by the number of revolutions given to each knob. These, of course, could be varied with each knob, and all must be known before the case could be opened. Mrs. Harlowe's jewels had been guarded by a formula. "There has been no violence used here," said Hanaud, standing up again.
"Of course my aunt may have forgotten to lock the case," said Betty.
"Of course, that's possible," Hanaud agreed.
And, of course, this room was open to anyone between the time of my aunt's funeral and Sunday morning, when the doors were sealed.
A week, in fact, with Boris Wabersky in the house, said Hanaud.
Yes, said Betty. But I expect it is just mislaid, and we shall find it. You see, Monsieur Boris expected to get some money from my lawyers in London. No doubt he meant to make a bargain with me. It doesn't look as if he had stolen it. He wouldn't want £1,000 if he had.
Jim had left Boris out of his speculations. He had recollected him with a thrill of hope that he would be discovered to be the thief when Hanaud mentioned his name, but the hope died away again before the reluctant and deadly reasoning of Betty Harlow. On the other hand, if Boris and Anne were really accomplices in the murder because he wanted his legacy, the necklace might well have been Anne's share. More and more, whichever way one looked at it, the facts pointed damningly towards Anne.
"Well, we will see if it has been mislaid," said Hanaud. "But meanwhile, mademoiselle, it would be well for you to lock that case up and to take it some time this afternoon to your bankers."
Betty shut down the lid and spun the knobs one after the other. 3 times a swift succession of sharp little clicks was heard in the room.
"You have not used, I hope, the combination which Madame Harlow used," said Hanaud.
"I never knew the combination she used," said Betty. She lifted the jewel case back into its cupboard, and the search of the drawers and the cupboards began, but it was as barren of result as had been the search of the treasure-room for the arrow.
"We can do no more," said Hanaud.
"Yes, one thing more." The correction came quietly from Anne Upcott. She was standing by herself, very pale and defiant. She knew now that she was suspected. The very care with which everyone had avoided even looking at her had left her in no doubt. Hanaud looked about the room.
"What more can we do?" he asked.
"You can search my rooms." "No," cried Betty violently. "I won't have it." "If you please," said Anne, "it is only fair to me." Monsieur Bex nodded violently. "Mademoiselle could not be more correct," said he. Anne addressed herself to Hanaud. "I shall not go with you. There is nothing locked in my room except a small leather dispatch case. You will find the key to that in the left-hand drawer of my dressing-table. I will wait for you in the library." Hanaud bowed, and before he could move from his position Betty did a thing for which Jim could have hugged her there and then before them all. She went straight to Anne and set her arm about her waist. "I'll wait with you, Anne," she said. "Of course it's ridiculous," and she led Anne out of the room. Chapter 15. The Finding of the Arrow. Anne's rooms were upon the 2nd floor, with the windows upon the garden, a bedroom and a sitting-room communicating directly with one another. They were low in the roof, but spacious, and Hanaud, as he looked around the bedroom, said in a tone of doubt, "Yes, after all, if one were frightened suddenly out of one's wits, one might stumble about this room in the dark and lose one's way to the light switch. There isn't one over the bed." Then he shrugged his shoulders. "But to be sure, one would be careful that one's details could be verified. So?" And the doubt passed out of his voice. The words were all Greek to the commissaire of police and his secretary and Monsieur Bex. Maurice Tavernet, indeed, looked sharply at Hanaud, as if he was on the point of asking one of those questions which he had been invited to ask. But Girardot, the commissaire, who was panting heavily with his ascent of 2 flights of stairs, spoke first.
"We shall find nothing of interest up here," he said. "That pretty girl would never have asked us to pry about amongst her dainty belongings if there had been anything to discover."
"One never knows," replied Hanaud. "Let us see."
Jim walked away into the sitting-room. He had no wish to follow step by step Hanaud and the commissaire in their search, and he had noticed on the table in the middle of the room a blotting-pad and some note-paper and the materials for writing. He wanted to get all this whirl of conjecture and fact and lies, in which during the last 2 days he had lived, sorted and separated and set in order in his mind, and he knew no better way of doing so than by putting it all down shortly in the for and against style of Robinson Crusoe on his desert island. He would have a quiet hour or so whilst Hanaud indefatigably searched. He took a sheet of paper, selected a pen at random from the tray, and began. It cost Anne Upcott, however, a good many sheets of note-paper, and more than once the nib dropped out of his pen-holder and was forced back into it before he had finished. But he had his problem reduced at last to these terms. 1. 4. Although suspicion that murder had been committed arose in the first instance only from the return to its shelf of the treatise on Strophanthus Hispidus, subsequent developments, e.g. the disappearance of the poison arrow, the introduction into the case of the ill-famed Jean Cladel, Anne Upcott's story of her visit to the treasure-room, and now the mystery of Mrs. Harlowe's pearl necklace, make out a prima facie case for inquiry. Against. But in the absence of any trace of poison in the dead woman's body, it is difficult to see how the criminal can be brought to justice, except by A. a confession, B. the commission of another crime of a similar kind. Hanaud's theory, once a poisoner, always a poisoner. 2. 4. If murder was committed, it is probable that it was committed at 10:30 at night, when Anne Upcott in the treasure-room heard the sound of a struggle and the whisper, "That will do now." Against. Anne Upcott's story may be partly or wholly false. She knew that Mrs. Harlowe's bedroom was to be opened and examined. If she also knew that the pearl necklace had disappeared, she must have realized that it would be advisable for her to tell some story before its disappearance was discovered, which would divert suspicion from her. 3. 4. It is clear that whoever committed the murder, if murder was committed, Betty Harlowe had nothing to do with it. She had an ample allowance. She was at Monsieur de Pouyac's ball on the night. Moreover, once Mrs. Harlowe was dead, the necklace became Betty Harlowe's property. Had she committed the murder, the necklace would not have disappeared. Against. It is possible that the disappearance of the necklace is in no way connected with the murder, if murder there was. 4. Who, then, are possibly guilty? 1. The servants. Against. All of them have many years of service to their credit. It is not possible that any of them would have understood enough of the treatise on Strophanthus Hispidus to make use of it. If any of them were concerned, it can only be as an accessory or assistant working under the direction of another. 2. Jean Baudin, the nurse. 4. More attention might be given to her. It is too easily accepted that she has nothing to do with it. Against. No one suspects her. Her record is good. 3. Francine Rollard. 4. She was certainly frightened this afternoon. The necklace would be a temptation. Was it she who bent over Anne Upcott in the darkness? Against. She was frightened of the police as a class, rather than of being accused of a crime. She acted her part in the reconstruction scene without breaking down. If she were concerned, it could only be for the reason given above, as an assistant. 4. Anne Upcott. 4. Her introduction into the Maison Grenelle took place through Wabersky and under dubious circumstances.
She is poor, a paid companion, and the necklace is worth a considerable fortune. She was in the house on the night of Mrs. Harlowe's death. She told Gaston he could turn out the lights and go to bed early that evening. She could easily have admitted Woberski and received the necklace as the price of her complicity. The story she told us in the garden may have been the true story of what occurred adapted. It may have been she who whispered, "That will do now." She may have whispered it to Woberski. Her connection with Woberski was sufficiently close to make him count upon Anne's support in his charge against Betty. Against, her introductions may be explicable on favourable grounds. Until we know more of her history, it is impossible to judge. Her account of the night of the 27th April may be true from beginning to end. In that case, the theory of a murder is enormously strengthened. But who whispered, "That will do now"? And who was bending over Anne Upcott when she waked up? 5. Woberski. 4. He is a scoundrel, a would-be blackmailer. He was in straits for money, and he expected a thumping legacy from Mrs. Harlowe. He may have brought Anne Upcott into the house with the thought of murder in his mind. Having failed to obtain any profit from his crime, he accuses Betty of the same crime as a blackmailing proposition. As soon as he knew that Mrs. Harlowe had been exhumed and an autopsy made, he collapsed. He knew, if he had used himself the poison arrow, that no trace of poison would be found. He knew of Jean Cladel, and, according to his own story, was in the Rue Gambetta, close to Jean Cladel's shop. It is possible that he himself had been visiting Cladel to pay for the solution of strophanthus. Against, but he would have collapsed equally if he had believed that no murder had been committed at all. If murder was committed, the two people most obviously suspect are Anne Upcott and Woberski working in collusion. To this conclusion Jim Frobisher was reluctantly brought, but even whilst writing it down there were certain questions racing through his mind to which he could find no answer. He was well aware that he was an utter novice in such matters as the investigation of crimes, and he recognized that were the answers to these questions known to him, some other direction might be given to his thoughts. Accordingly, he wrote those troublesome questions beneath his memorandum, thus: But, 1. Why does Hanaud attach no importance to the return of the treatise on Strophanthus Ispidus to its place in the library? 2. What was it which so startled him upon the top of the terrace tower? 3. What was it that he had in his mind to say to me at the café in the Place d'Armée, and in the end did not say? 4. Why did Hanaud search every corner of the treasure-room for the missing poison arrow, except the interior of the sedan chair? The noise of a door gently closing aroused him from his speculations. He looked across the room. Hanaud had just entered it from the bedroom, shutting the communicating door behind him. He stood with his hand upon the doorknob, gazing at Frobisher with a curious, startled stare. He moved swiftly to the end of the table at which Jim was sitting. "How you help me," he said in a low voice, and smiling. "How you do help me." Alert though Jim's ears were to a note of ridicule, he could discover not a hint of it. Hanaud was speaking with the utmost sincerity, his eyes very bright, and his heavy face quite changed by that uncannily sharp expression which Jim had learnt to associate with some new find in the development of the case. "May I see what you have written?" Hanaud asked. "It could be of no value to you," Jim replied modestly, but Hanaud would have none of it. "It is always of value to know what the other man thinks, and even more what the other man sees. What did I say to you in Paris? The last thing one sees oneself is the thing exactly under one's nose." And he began to laugh, lightly but continuously, and with a great deal of enjoyment, which Jim did not understand. He gave in, however, over his memorandum, and pushed it along to Hanaud, ashamed of it as something schoolboyish, but hopeful that some of these written questions might be answered. Hanaud sat down at the end of the table close to Jim and read the items and the questions very slowly, with an occasional grunt, and a still more occasional "Aha!" but with a quite unchanged face. Jim was in two minds whether to snatch it from his hands and tear it up, or dwell upon its recollected phrases with a good deal of pride. One thing was clear: Hanaud took it seriously. He sat musing over it for a moment or two. "Yes, here are questions and dilemmas." He looked at Frobisher with friendliness. "I shall make you an allegory. I have a friend who is a matador in Spain. He told me about the bull and how foolish those people are who think the bull not clever. Yes, but do not jump and look the offence with your eyes and tell me how very vulgar I am and how execrable my taste. All that I know very well. But listen to my friend the matador. He says all that the bull wants, to kill without fail all the bullfighters in Spain, is a little experience. And very little he learns so quick. Look, between the entrance of the bull into the arena and his death there are reckoned 20 minutes, and there should not be more if the matador is wise. The bull, he learns so quick the warfare of the ring. Well, I am an old bull who has fought in the arena many times. This is your first corrida, but only 10 minutes of the 20 have passed. Already you have learned much. Yes, here are some shrewd questions which I had not expected you to ask. When the 20 are gone, you will answer them all for yourself. Meanwhile," he took up another pen and made a tiny addition to item 1. "I carry this on one step further. See." He replaced the memorandum under Jim's eyes. Jim read, "Subsequent developments, e.g. the disappearance of the poison arrow, the introduction into the case of the ill-famed Jean Cladel, Anne Upcott's story of her visit to the treasure-room, and now the mystery of Mrs. Harlowe's pearl necklace, and the finding of the arrow, make out a prima facie case for inquiry." Jim sprang to his feet in excitement. "You have found the arrow, then?" he cried, glancing towards the door of Anne Upcott's bedroom. "Not I, my friend," replied Hanaud with a grin. "The commissaire, then?" "No, not the commissaire." "His secretary, then?" Jim sat down again in his chair. "I'm sorry, he wears cheap rings. I don't like him." Hanaud broke into a laugh of delight. "Console yourself. I, too, don't like that young gentleman of whom they are all so proud. Maurice Tavernet has found nothing." Jim looked at Hanaud in perplexity. "Here is a riddle," he said. Hanaud rubbed his hands together. "Prove to me that you have been 10 minutes in the bull-ring," he said. "I think that I have only been 5, Jim replied with a smile. "Let me see. The arrow had not been discovered when we first entered these rooms?" "No." "And it is discovered now?" "Yes." "And it was not discovered by you?" "No." "Nor the commissaire?" "No." "Nor Maurice Tavernet?" "No." Jim stared and shook his head. "I have not been 1 minute in the bull-ring. I don't understand." Hanaud's face was all alight with enjoyment. "Then I take your memorandum and I write again." He hid the paper from Jim Frobisher's eyes with the palm of his left hand,
whilst he wrote with his right. Then, with a triumphant gesture, he laid it again before Jim. The last question of all had been answered in Hanaud's neat, small handwriting. Jim read, 4. Why did Hanaud search every corner of the treasure room for the missing poison arrow except the interior of the sedan chair? Underneath the question, Hanaud had written, as if it was Jim Frobisher himself who answered the question, "It was wrong of Hanaud to forget to examine the sedan chair, but fortunately no harm has resulted from that lamentable omission. For life, the incorrigible dramatist had arranged that the head of the arrow shaft should be the pen-holder with which I have written this memorandum." Jim looked at the pen-holder and dropped it with a startled cry. There it was, the slender, pencil-like shaft expanding into a slight bulb where the fingers held it, and the nib inserted into the tiny cleft made for the stem of the iron dart. Jim remembered that the nib had once or twice become loose and spluttered on the page until he had jammed it in violently. Then came a terrible thought. His jaw dropped. He stared at Hanaud in awe. "I wonder if I sucked the end of it whilst I was thinking out my sentences," he stammered. "Oh, Lord!" cried Hanaud, and he snatched up the pen-holder and rubbed it hard with his pocket-handkerchief. Then he spread out the handkerchief upon the table, and fetching a small magnifying-glass from his pocket, examined it minutely. He looked up with relief. "There is not the least little trace of that reddish-brown clay which made the poison paste. The arrow was scraped clean before it was put on that tray of pens. I am enchanted. I cannot now afford to lose my junior colleague." Frobisher drew a long breath and lit a cigarette, and gave another proof that he was a very novice of a bull. "What a mad thing to put the head of that arrow shaft, which a glance at the plates in the treatise would enable a child to identify, into an open tray of pens without the slightest concealment," he exclaimed. It looked as if Anne Upcott was wilfully pushing her neck into the wooden ring of the guillotine. Hanaud shook his head. "Not so mad, my friend. The old rules are the best. Hide a thing in some out-of-the-way corner, and it will surely be found. Put it to lie carelessly under everyone's nose, and no one will see it at all. No, this was cleverly done. Who could have foreseen that instead of looking on at our search, you are going to plump yourself down in a chair and write your memorandum so valuable on Mademoiselle Anne's notepaper? And even then you did not notice your pen. Why should you?" Jim, however, was not satisfied. "It is a fortnight since Mrs. Harlowe was murdered, if she was murdered," he cried. "What I don't understand is why the arrow wasn't destroyed altogether." "But until this morning there was never any question of the arrow," Hanaud returned. "It was a curiosity, an item in a collection. Why should one trouble to destroy it? But this morning the arrow becomes a dangerous thing to possess, so it must be hidden away in a hurry, for there is not much time. An hour whilst you and I admired Mont Blanc from the top of the terrace tower." "And while Betty was out of the house," Jim added quickly. "Yes, that is true," said Hanaud. "I had not thought of it. You can add that point, Monsieur Frobisher, to the reasons which put Mademoiselle Harlowe out of our considerations. Yes." He sat lost in thought for a little while, and speaking now and then a phrase rather to himself than to his companion. "To run up here, to cut the arrow down, to round off the end as well as one can in a hurry, to stain it with some varnish, to mix it with the other pens in the tray. Not so bad." He nodded his head in appreciation of the trick.
But nevertheless things begin to look black for that exquisite Mademoiselle Anne, with her delicate colour and her pretty ways." The noise of the shifting of furniture in the bedroom next door attracted his attention. He removed the nib from the arrowhead. "We will keep this little matter to ourselves just for the moment," he said quickly, and he wrapped the improvised pen-holder in a sheet of the notepaper. "Just you and I shall know of it, no one else. This is my case, not Girardot's. We will not inflict a great deal of pain and trouble until we are sure." "I agree," said Jim eagerly. "That's right, I am sure." Hanaud tucked the arrowhead carefully away in his pocket. "This too," he said, and he took up Jim Frobisher's memorandum. "It is not a good thing to carry about and perhaps lose. I will put it away at the prefecture with the other little things I have collected." He put the memorandum into his letter-case and got up from his chair. "The rest of the arrow shaft will be somewhere in this room, no doubt, and quite easy to see, but we shall not have time to look for it, and, after all, we have the important part of it." He turned towards the mantel-shelf, where some cards of invitation were stuck in the frame of the mirror, just as the door was opened and the commissaire with his secretary came out from the bedroom. "The necklace is not in that room," said Monsieur Girardot in a voice of finality. "Nor is it here," Hanaud replied with an unblushing assurance. "Let us go downstairs." Jim was utterly staggered. This room had not been searched for the necklace at all. First the sedan chair, then this sitting-room was neglected. Hanaud actually led the way out to the stairs without so much as a glance behind him. No wonder that in Paris he had styled himself and his brethren the servants of chance. Chapter 16. Hanaud Laughs. At the bottom of the stairs Hanaud thanked the commissaire of police for his assistance. "As for the necklace, we shall, of course, search the baggage of everyone in the house," he said. "But we shall find nothing, of that we may be sure, for if the necklace has been stolen, too much time has passed since it was stolen for us to hope to find it here." He bowed Girardot with much respect out of the house, whilst Monsieur Bex took Jim Frobisher a little aside. "I have been thinking that Mademoiselle Anne should have some legal help," he said. "Now both you and I are attached to the affairs of Mademoiselle Harlowe, and, it is a little difficult to put it delicately, it may be that the interests of those two young ladies are not identical. It would not, therefore, be at all correct for me, at all events, to offer her my services, but I can recommend a very good lawyer in Dijon, a friend of mine. You see, it may be important." Frobisher agreed. "It may be, indeed. Will you give me your friend's address?" he said. Whilst he was writing the address down, Hanaud startled him by breaking unexpectedly into a loud laugh. The curious thing was that there was nothing whatever to account for it. Hanaud was standing by himself between them and the front door. In the courtyard outside there was no one within view. Within the hall, Jim and Monsieur Bex were talking very seriously in a low voice. Hanaud was laughing at the empty air, and his laughter betokened a very strong sense of relief. "That I should have lived all these years and never noticed that before," he cried aloud in a sort of amazement that there could be anything capable of notice which he, Hanaud, had not noticed. "What is it?" asked Jim. But Hanaud did not answer at all. He dashed back through the hall, past Frobisher and his companion, vanished into the treasure-room, closed the door behind him, and actually locked it. Monsieur Bex jerked his chin high in the air. "He is an eccentric, that one. He would not do for Dijon." Jim was for defending Hanaud. "He must act, that is true," he replied. "Whatever he does, and however keenly he does it, he sees a row of footlights in front of him." "There are men like that," Monsieur Bex agreed. Like all Frenchmen, he was easy in his mind if he could place a man in a category. "But he is doing something which is quite important," Jim continued, swelling a little with pride. He felt that he had been quite 15 minutes in the bull-ring. "He is searching for something somewhere. I told him about it. He had overlooked it altogether. I reproached him this morning with his reluctance to take suggestions from people only too anxious to help him. But I did him obviously some injustice. He is quite willing." Monsieur Bex was impressed and a little envious. "I must think of some suggestions to make to Hanaud," he said. Yes, was there not once a pearl necklace in England which was dropped in a matchbox into the gutter when the pursuit became too hot? I have read of it, I am sure. I must tell Hanaud that he should spend a day or two picking up the matchboxes in the gutters. He may be very likely to come across that necklace of Madame Harlowe's. Yes, certainly." Monsieur Bex was considerably elated by the bright idea which had come to him. He felt that he was again upon a level with his English colleague. He saw Hanaud pouncing his way along the streets of Dijon and explaining to all who questioned him, "This is the idea of Monsieur Bex, the notary. You know, Monsieur Bex, of the Place Etienne-Dolet." Until somewhere near, but Monsieur Bex had not actually located the particular gutter in which Hanaud should discover the matchbox with the priceless beads, when the library door opened and Betty came out into the hall. She looked at the two men in surprise. "And Monsieur Hanaud?" she asked. "I didn't see him go." "He is in your treasure-room," said Jim. "Oh," Betty exclaimed in a voice which showed her interest. "He has gone back there." She walked quickly to the door and tried the handle. "Locked!" she cried with a little start of surprise. She spoke without turning round. "He has locked himself in. Why?" "Because of the footlights," Monsieur Bex answered, and Betty turned about and stared at him. "Yes, we came to that conclusion, Monsieur Frobisher and I. Everything he does must ring a curtain down." And once more the key turned in the lock. Betty swung round again as the sound reached her ears and came face to face with Hanaud. Hanaud looked over her shoulder at Frobisher and shook his head ruefully. "You did not find it, then?" Jim asked. "No." Hanaud looked away from Jim to Betty Harlowe. "Monsieur Frobisher put an idea into my head, mademoiselle. I had not looked into that exquisite sedan chair. It might well be that the necklace had been hidden behind the cushions, but it is not there." "And you locked the door, monsieur," said Betty stiffly. "The door of my room, I ask you to notice." Hanaud drew himself erect. "I did, mademoiselle," he replied. "And then?" Betty hesitated, with some sharp rejoinder on the tip of her tongue, but she did not speak it. She shrugged her shoulders and said coldly, as she turned from him, "You are within your rights, no doubt, monsieur." Hanaud smiled at her good-humouredly. He had offended her again. She was showing him once more the petulant, mutinous child in her which he had seen the morning before. But the smile did remain upon his face. In the doorway of the library Anne Upcott was standing, her face still very pale, and fires smouldering in her eyes. "You searched my rooms, I hope, monsieur?" she said in a challenging voice. "Thoroughly, mademoiselle." "And you did not find the necklace?" "No." And he walked straight across the hall to her with a look suddenly grown stern. "Mademoiselle, I should like you to answer me a question, but you need not. I wish you to understand that. You have a right to reserve your answers for the office of the examining magistrate, and then give them only in the presence of and with the consent of your legal adviser. Monsieur Bex will assure you that is so."
The girl's defiance weakened. "What do you wish to ask me?" she asked.
"Exactly how you came to the Maison Grenelle."
The fire died out of her eyes. Anne's eyelids fluttered down. She stretched out a hand against the jamb of the door to steady herself. Jim wondered whether she guessed that the head of Simon Harlowe's arrow was now hidden in Hanaud's pocket. "I was at Monte Carlo," she began, and stopped.
"And quite alone?" Hanaud continued relentlessly.
"Yes."
"And without money?"
"With a little money," Anne corrected.
"Which you lost," Hanaud rejoined.
"Yes."
"And at Monte Carlo you made the acquaintance of Boris Wabersky?"
"Yes."
"And so you came to the Maison Grenelle?"
"Yes."
"It is all very curious, mademoiselle," said Hanaud gravely,
and, if it were only curious, Jim Frobisher wished with all his heart. For Anne Upcott quailed before the detective's glance. It seemed to him that with another question from him an actual confession would falter and stumble from her lips, a confession of complicity with Boris Wabersky. And then Jim caught a dreadful glimpse of the future which awaited her. The guillotine? Probably a fate much worse, for that would be over soon, and she at rest. A few poignant weeks, an agony of waiting, now in an intoxication of hope, now in the lowest hell of terror, some dreadful minutes at the breaking of a dawn, and an end. That would be better, after all, than the endless years of sordid, heart-breaking labour, coarse food and clothes, amongst the criminals of a convict prison in France. Jim turned his eyes away from her with a shiver of discomfort, and saw with a queer little shock that Betty was watching him with a singular intentness, as if what interested her was not so much Anne's peril as his feeling about it. Meanwhile Anne had made up her mind. "I shall tell you at once the little there is to tell," she declared. The words were brave enough, but the bravery ended with the words. She had provoked the short interrogatory with a clear challenge. She ended it in a hardly audible whisper. However, she managed to tell her story, leaning there against the post of the door. Indeed, her voice strengthened as she went on, and once a smile of real amusement flickered about her lips and in her eyes, and set the dimples playing in her cheeks. Up to 18 months ago she had lived with her mother, a widow, in Dorsetshire, a few miles behind Weymouth. The pair of them lived with difficulty, for Mrs. Upcott found herself in as desperate a position as England provides for gentlewomen. She was a small landowner, taxed up to her ears, and then rated over the top of her head. Anne, for her part, was thought in the neighbourhood to have promise as an artist. On the death of her mother, the estate was sold as a toy to a manufacturer, and Anne, with a small purse and a sackload of ambitions, set out for London. It took me a year to understand that I was and should remain an amateur. I counted over my money. I had £300 left. What was I going to do with it? It wasn't enough to set me up in a shop. On the other hand, I hated the idea of dependence, so I made up my mind to have 10 wild, gorgeous days at Monte Carlo and make a fortune or lose the lot. It was then that the smile set her eyes dancing. "I should do the same again," she cried, quite unrepentantly. I had never been out of England in my life, but I knew a good deal of schoolgirls' French. I bought a few frocks and hats, and off I went. I had the most glorious time. I was 19. Everything from the sleeping cars to the croupiers enchanted me. I stayed at one of the smaller hotels up the hill. I met 1 or 2 people whom I knew, and they introduced me into the sporting club. Oh, and lots of people wanted to be kind to me," she cried.
"That is thoroughly intelligible," said Hanaud dryly.
"Oh, but quite nice people, too," Anne rejoined. Her face was glowing with the recollections of that short, joyous time. She had forgotten for the moment altogether the predicament in which she stood, or she was acting with an artfulness which Hanaud could hardly have seen surpassed in all his experience of criminals. There was a croupier, for instance, at the 30 table in the big room of the sporting club. I always tried to sit next to him, for he saw that no one stole my money, and that when I was winning I insured my stake and clawed a little off the heap from time to time. I was there for 5 weeks, and I had made £400, and then came 3 dreadful nights, and I lost everything except £30, which I had stowed away in the hotel safe. She nodded across the hall towards Jim. Monsieur Frobisher can tell you about the last night, for he sat beside me and very prettily tried to make me a present of 1,000 francs. Hanaud, however, was not to be diverted.
"Afterwards he shall tell me," he said, and resumed his questions. "You had met Warburski before that night?"
"Yes, a fortnight before, but I can't remember who introduced me."
"And Mademoiselle Hanaud?"
"Monsieur Boris introduced me a day or 2 later to Betty, at tea-time in the lounge of the Hôtel de Paris."
"Ah," said Hanaud. He glanced at Jim with an almost imperceptible shrug of the shoulders. It was indeed becoming more and more obvious that Warburski had brought Anne Upcott into that household deliberately, as part of a plan carefully conceived and in due time to be fulfilled. "When did Warburski first suggest that you should join Mademoiselle Hanaud?" he asked.
"That last night," Anne replied. "He had been standing opposite to me on the other side of the 30 table. He saw that I had been losing."
"Yes," said Hanaud, nodding his head. "He thought that the opportune moment had come."
He extended his arms and let his hands fall against his thighs. He was like a doctor presented with a hopeless case. He turned half aside from Anne, with his shoulders bent and his troubled eyes fixed upon the marble squares of the floor. Jim could not but believe that he was at this moment debating whether he should take the girl into custody. But Betty intervened. "You must not be misled, Monsieur Hanaud," she said quickly. "It is true, no doubt, that Monsieur Boris mentioned the subject to Anne for the first time that night. But I had already told both my aunt and Monsieur Boris that I should like a friend of my own age to live with me, and I had mentioned Anne."
Hanaud looked up at her doubtfully. "On so short an acquaintance, mademoiselle?"
Betty, however, stuck to her guns. "Yes, I liked her very much from the beginning. She was alone. It was quite clear that she was of our own world. There was every good reason why I should wish for her, and the 4 months she has been with me have proved to me that I was right." She crossed over to Anne with a defiant little nod at Hanaud, who responded with a cordial grin and dropped into English.
"So I can push that into my pipe and puff it, as my dear Ricardo would say. That is what you mean? Well, against loyalty the whole world is powerless."
And he made Betty a friendly bow. He could hardly have told Betty in plainer phrase that her intervention had averted Anne's arrest, or Anne herself that he believed her guilty. Everyone in the hall understood him in that sense. They stood foolishly looking here and looking there, and not knowing where to look. And in the midst of their discomfort occurred an incongruous little incident which added a touch of the bizarre. Up the 2 steps to the open door came a girl carrying a big oblong cardboard milliner's box. Her finger was on the bell when Hanaud stepped forward.
"There is no need to ring," he said. "What have you there?"
The girl stepped into the hall and looked at Anne. "It is Mademoiselle's dress for the ball tomorrow night. Mademoiselle was to call for a final fitting, but did not come.
but Madame Ronan thinks that it will be all right." She laid the box upon a chest at the side of the hall and went out again.
"I had forgotten all about it," said Anne. "It was ordered just before Madame died, and tried on once."
Hanaud nodded. "For Madame Lavey's masked ball, no doubt," he said. "I noticed the invitation card on the chimney-piece of Mademoiselle's sitting-room. And in what character did Mademoiselle propose to go?" Anne startled them all. She flung up her head, whilst the blood rushed into her cheeks and her eyes shone.
"Not Madame de Brinvilliers, monsieur, at all events," she cried.
Even Hanaud was brought up with a start. "I did not suggest it," he replied coldly. "But let me see." And in a moment, whilst his face was flushed with anger, his hands were busily untying the tapes of the box. Betty stepped forward. "We talked over that little dress together, monsieur, more than a month ago. It is meant to represent a water-lily." "What could be more charming?" Hanaud asked, but his fingers did not pause in their work. Could suspicion betray itself more brutally? Jim Frobisher wondered. What could he expect to find in that box? Did he imagine that this Madame Roland, the milliner, was an accomplice of Woberski's too? The episode was ludicrous, with a touch of the horrible. Hanaud lifted off the lid and turned back the tissue paper. Underneath was seen a short crêpe-de-chine frock of a tender, vivid green, with a girdle of gold and a great gold rosette at the side. The skirt was stiffened to stand out at the hips, and it was bordered with a row of white satin rosettes with golden hearts. To complete the dress there were a pair of white silk stockings with fine gold clocks, and white satin shoes with single straps across the insteps, and little tassels of brilliants where the straps buttoned, and 4 gold stripes at the back round the heels. Hanaud felt under the frock and around the sides, replaced the lid, and stood up again. He never looked at Anne Upcott. He went straight across to Betty Harlow. "I regret infinitely, mademoiselle, that I have put you to so much trouble and occupied so many hours of your day," he said with a good deal of feeling. He made her a courteous bow, took up his hat and stick from the table on which he had laid it, and made straight for the hall door. His business in the Maison Grenelle was to all appearances finished. But Monsieur Bex was not content. He had been nursing his suggestion for nearly half an hour. Like a poem, it demanded utterance. "Monsieur Hanaud," he called, "Monsieur Hanaud, I have to tell you about a box of matches." "Aha!" Hanaud answered, stopping alertly. "A box of matches. I will walk with you towards your office, and you shall tell me as you go." Monsieur Bex secured his hat and his stick in a great hurry, but he had time to throw a glance of pride towards his English colleague. "Your suggestion about the treasure-room was of no value, my friend. Let us see what I can do." The pride and the airy wave of the hand spoke the unspoken words. Monsieur Bex was at Hanaud's side in a moment, and talked volubly as they passed out of the gates into the street of Charles Robert. Betty turned to Jim Frobisher. "Tomorrow, now that I am once again allowed to use my motor-car, I shall take you for a drive and show you something of our neighbourhood. This afternoon, you will understand, I know, I belong to Anne." She took Anne Upcott by the arm, and the 2 girls went out into the garden. Jim was left alone in the hall, as at that moment he wanted to be. It was very still here now, and very silent. The piping of birds, the drone of bees outside the open doors, were rather an accompaniment than an interruption of the silence. Jim placed himself where Hanaud had stood at that moment when he had laughed so strangely, halfway between the foot of the stairs, where Monsieur Bex and he himself had been standing, and the open porch.
but Jim could detect nothing whatever to provoke any laughter, any excitement.
"That I should have lived all these years and never noticed it before," he had exclaimed.
Noticed what? There was nothing to notice. A table, a chair or two, a barometer hanging upon the wall on one side, and a mirror hanging upon the wall on the other. No, there was nothing. Of course, Jim reflected, there was a strain of the mountebank in Hanaud. The whole of that little scene might have been invented by him maliciously, just to annoy and worry and cause discomfort to Monsieur Bex and himself. Hanaud was very capable of a trick like that. A strain of the mountebank, indeed. He had a great deal of the mountebank. More than half of him was probably mountebank, possibly quite 2/3. "Oh, damn the fellow! What in the world did he notice?" cried Jim. "What did he notice from the top of the tower? What did he notice in this hall? Why must he be always noticing something?" And he jammed his hat on in a rage and stalked out of the house. Chapter 17. At Jean Cladel's. At 9 o'clock that night Jim Frobisher walked past the cashier's desk and into the hall of the Grand Taverne. High above his head the cinematograph machine whirred and clicked, and a blade of silver light cut the darkness. At the opposite end of the hall the square screen was flooded with radiance, and the pictures melted upon it one into the other. For a little while Jim could see nothing but that screen. Then the hall swam gradually within his vision. He saw the heads of people like great bullets, and a wider central corridor where waitresses with white aprons moved. Jim walked up the corridor and turned off to the left between the tables. When he reached the wall, he went forward again towards the top of the hall. On his left the hall fell back, and in the recess were 2 large cubicles in which billiard tables were placed. Against the wall of the first of these a young man was leaning with his eyes fixed upon the screen. Jim fancied that he recognized Maurice Tavernier, and nodded to him as he passed. A little farther on a big man with a soft felt hat was seated alone, with a bock in front of him. Hanaud. Jim slipped into a seat at his side. "You?" Hanaud exclaimed in surprise. "Why not? You told me this is where you would be at this hour," replied Jim, and some note of discouragement in his voice attracted Hanaud's attention.
"I didn't think that those 2 young ladies would let you go," he said.
"On the contrary," Jim replied with a short laugh, "they didn't want me at all." He began to say something more, but thought better of it, and called to a waitress. "2 bocks, if you please," he ordered, and he offered Hanaud a cigar. When the bocks were brought, Hanaud said to him, "It will be well to pay at once, so that we can slip away when we want." "We have something to do tonight?" Jim asked. He said no more until Jim had paid and the waitress had turned the 2 little saucers on which she had brought the box upside down and had gone away. Then he leaned towards Jim and lowered his voice. "I am glad that you came here, for I have a hope that we shall get the truth tonight, and you ought to be present when we do get it." Jim lit his own cigar. "From whom do you hope to get it?"
"Jean Cladel,"
Hanaud answered in a whisper.
"A little later, when all the town is quiet, we will pay a visit to the street of Gambetta."
"You think he'll talk?" Hanaud nodded.
"There is no charge against Cladel in this affair. To make a solution of that poison paste is not an offence, and he has so much against him that he will want to be on our side if he can. Yes, he will talk, I have no doubt."
There would be an end of the affair then tonight. Jim Frobisher was glad with an unutterable gladness. Betty would be free to order her life as she liked, and where she liked, to give to her youth its due scope and range, to forget the terror and horror of these last weeks as one forgets old things behind locked doors. "I hope, however," he said earnestly to Hanaud, "and I believe, that you will be found wrong, that if there was a murder, Anne Upcott had nothing to do with it. Yes, I believe that." He repeated his assertion as much to convince himself as to persuade Hanaud. Hanaud touched his elbow. "Don't raise your voice too much, my friend," he said. "I think there is someone against the wall who is honouring us with his attention." Jim shook his head. "It is only Maurice Thevenet," he said. "Oh-ho," answered Hanaud in a voice of relief. "Is that all? For a moment I was anxious. It seemed that there was a sentinel standing guard over us." He added in a whisper, "I, too, hope from the bottom of my heart that I may be proved wrong. But what of that arrowhead in the pen-tray, eh? Don't forget that." Then he fell into a muse. "What happened on that night in the Maison Grenelle?" he said. "Why was that communicating door thrown open? Who was to be stripped to the skin by that violent woman? Who whispered, 'That will do now'? Is Anne Upcott speaking the truth, and was there some terrible scene taking place before she entered so unexpectedly the treasure-room? Some terrible scene which ended in that dreadful whisper? Or is Anne Upcott lying from beginning to end? Ah, my friend, you wrote some questions down upon your memorandum this afternoon, but these are the questions I want answered, and where shall I find the answers?" Jim had never seen Hanaud so moved. His hands were clenched, and the veins prominent upon his forehead, and though he whispered, his voice shook. "Jean Cladel may help," said Jim. Yes, he may tell us something." They sat through an episode of the film, and saw the lights go up and out again, and then Hanaud looked eagerly at his watch and put it back again into his pocket with a gesture of annoyance. "It is still too early?" Jim asked. "Yes, Cladel has no servant and takes his meals abroad. He has not yet returned home." A little before 10 o'clock, a man strolled in and, seating himself at a table behind Hanaud, twice scraped a match upon a matchbox without getting a light. Hanaud, without moving, said quietly to Frobisher, "He is at home now. In a minute I shall go. Give me 5 minutes and follow." Jim nodded. "Where shall we meet?" "Walk straight along the Rue de la Liberté, and I will see to that," said Hanaud. He pulled his packet of cigarettes from his pocket, put one between his lips, and took his time in lighting it. Then he got up, but to his annoyance Maurice Thevenet recognized him and came forward. "When Monsieur Frobisher wished me good evening and joined you, I thought it was you, Monsieur Hanaud, but I had not the presumption to recall myself to your notice." "Presumption? Monsieur, we are of the same service, only you have the advantage of youth," said Hanaud politely as he turned. "But you are going, Monsieur Hanaud?" Thevenet asked in distress. "I am desolated. I have broken into a conversation like a clumsy fellow." "Not at all," Hanaud replied. To Frobisher his patience was as remarkable as Maurice Thevenet's impudence. "We were idly watching a film which I think is a little tedious." "Then, since you are not busy, I beg for your indulgence. One little moment, that is all. I should so dearly love to be able to say to my friends, 'I sat in the cinema with Monsieur Hanaud, yes, actually, and asked for his advice.'" Hanaud sat down again upon his chair. "And upon what subject can you, of whom Monsieur Giraldot speaks so highly, want my advice?" Hanaud asked with a laugh. The eternal ambition of the provincial was tormenting the eager youth. To get to Paris, all was in that. fortune, reputation, a life of colour. A word from Monsieur Hanaud, and a way would open. He would work night and day to justify that word.
Monsieur, all I can promise is that when the time comes I shall remember you. But that promise I make now with my whole heart,
said Hanaud warmly, and with a bow he moved away. Maurice Thévenet watched him go. "What a man!" Maurice Thévenet went on enthusiastically. "I would not like to try to keep any secrets from him, no, indeed." Jim had heard that sentiment before on other lips, and with a greater sympathy. "I did not understand at all what he had in his mind when he staged that little scene with Francine Rollat, but something, monsieur, oh, you may be sure, something wise, and that search through the treasure-room, how quick and complete. No doubt while we searched Mademoiselle Upcott's bedroom he was just as quick and complete in going through her sitting-room, but he found nothing. No, nothing." He waited for Jim to corroborate him, but Jim only said, "Oh-ho!" But Thévenet was not to be extinguished. "I shall tell you what struck me, monsieur. He was following out no suspicions, isn't that so? He was detached. He was gathering up every trifle, on the chance that each one might some time fit in with another, and at last a whole picture be composed. An artist. There was a letter, for instance, which Mademoiselle Hanaud handed to him, one of those deplorable letters which have disgraced us here. You remember that letter, monsieur?"
"Aha!" said Frobisher, quite in the style of Hanaud. "But I see that this film is coming to its wedding bells, so I shall wish you a good evening."
Frobisher bowed and left Maurice Thévenet to dream of success in Paris. He strolled between the groups of spectators to the entrance and thence into the street. He walked to the arch of the Porte Guillaume and turned into the Rue de la Liberté. The provincial towns go to bed early, and the street, so busy throughout the day, was like the street of a deserted city. A couple of 100 yards on, he was startled to find Hanaud, sprung from nowhere, walking at his side.
"So, my young friend, the secretary engaged you when I had gone?" he said.
"Maurice Thévenet," said Jim, "may be, as the commissaire says, a young man of a surprising intelligence, but to tell you the truth, I find him a very intrusive fellow. First of all, he wanted to know if you had discovered anything in Anne Upcott's sitting-room, and then what Miss Harlowe's anonymous letter was about." Hanaud looked at Jim with interest.
"Yes, he is anxious to learn that, young man. Girardot is right. He will go far. And how did you answer him?"
"I said, oh-ho, first, and then I said, aha, just like a troublesome friend of mine when I ask him a simple question which he does not mean to answer." Hanaud laughed heartily.
"And you did very well," he said. "Come, let us turn into this little street upon the right. It will take us to our destination."
"Wait," whispered Jim eagerly. "Don't cross the road for a moment. Listen." Hanaud obeyed at once, and both men stood and listened in the empty street.
"Not a sound," said
Hanaud. "No, that is what troubles me," Jim whispered importantly. "A minute ago there were footsteps behind us. Now that we have stopped, they have stopped too. Let us go on quite straight for a moment or two."
"But certainly, my friend," said Hanaud.
"And let us not talk either," Jim urged.
"Not a single word," said Hanaud.
They moved forward again, and behind them once more footsteps rang upon the pavement. "What did I tell you?" asked Jim, taking Hanaud by the arm.
"That we would neither of us speak," Hanaud replied, "and lo, you have spoken."
"But why? Why have I spoken? Be serious, monsieur." Jim shook his arm indignantly. "We are being followed." Hanaud stopped dead and gazed in steady admiration at his junior colleague.
"Oh," he whispered, "you have discovered that. Yes, it is true. We are being followed by one of my men who sees to it that we are not followed."
Frobisher shook Hanaud's arm off indignantly. He drew himself up stiffly. Then he saw Hanaud's mouth twitching, and he understood that he was looking proper. "Oh, let us go and find Jean Claudel," he said with a laugh, and he crossed the road. They passed into a network of small, mean streets. There was not a soul abroad. The houses were shrouded in darkness. The only sounds they heard were the clatter of their own footsteps on the pavement and the fainter noise of the man who followed them. Hanaud turned to the left into a short passage and stopped before a little house with a shuttered shop-front.
"This is the place,"
he said in a low voice, and he pressed the button in the pillar of the door. The bell rang with a shrill, sharp whir just the other side of the panels.
"We may have to wait a moment if he has gone to bed," said Hanaud, "since he has no servant in the house."
A minute or two passed. The clock struck the half-hour. Hanaud leaned his ear against the panels of the door. He could not hear one sound within the house. He rang again, and after a few seconds shutters were thrown back, and a window opened on the floor above. From behind the window someone whispered, "Who is there?"
"The police,"
Hanaud answered, and at the window above there was silence.
"No one is going to do you any harm," Hanaud continued, raising his voice impatiently. "We want some information from you, that's all."
"Very well." The whisper came from the same spot. The man standing within the darkness of the room had not moved. "Wait, I will slip on some things and come down." The window and the shutter were closed again. Then through the chinks a few beams of light strayed out. Hanaud uttered a little grunt of satisfaction.
"That animal is getting up at last. He must have some strange clients amongst the good people of Dijon if he is so careful to answer them in a whisper."
He turned about and took a step or two along the pavement and another step or two back like a man upon a quarter-deck. Jim Frobisher had never known him so restless and impatient during these 2 days.
"I can't help it," he said in a low voice to Jim. "I think that in 5 minutes we shall touch the truth of this affair. We shall know who brought the arrow to him from the Maison Grenelle."
"If anyone brought the arrow to him at all," Jim Frobisher added. But Hanaud was not in the mood to consider ifs and possibilities.
"Oh, that,"
he said with a shrug of the shoulders. Then he tapped his forehead.
"I am like Wabersky. I have it here that someone did bring the arrow to Jean Claudel."
He started once more his quarter-deck pacing, only it was now a trot rather than a walk. Jim was a little nettled by the indifference to his suggestion. He was still convinced that Hanaud had taken the wrong starting point in all his inquiry. He said tartly, "Well, if someone did bring the arrow here, it will be the same person who replaced the treatise on Strophanthus on its bookshelf." Hanaud came to a stop in front of Jim Frobisher. Then he burst into a low laugh.
"I will bet you all the money in the world that that is not true, and then Madame Hallow's pearl necklace on the top of it. For after all, it was not I who brought the arrow to Jean Claudel, whereas it was undoubtedly I who put back the treatise on the shelf."
Jim took a step back. He stared at Hanaud with his mouth open in a stupefaction. "You?" he exclaimed.
"I," replied Hanaud, standing up on the tips of his toes. "Alone I did it."
Then his manner of burlesque dropped from him. He looked up at the shuttered windows with a sudden anxiety.
"That animal is taking longer than he need," he muttered. After all, it is not to a court ball of the Duke of Burgundy that we are inviting him."
He rang the bell again with a greater urgency. It returned its shrill reply as though it mocked him.
"I do not like this," said Hanaud.
He seized the door-handle and leaned his shoulder against the panel and drove his weight against it, but the door was strong and did not give. Hanaud put his fingers to his mouth and whistled softly. From the direction whence they had come, they heard the sound of a man running swiftly. They saw him pass within the light of the one street lamp at the corner and out of it again, and then he stood at their side. Jim recognized Nicolas Moreau, the little agent who had been sent this very morning by Hanaud to make sure that Jean Cladel existed.
"Nicolas, I want you to wait here," said Hanaud. "If the door is opened, whistle for us and keep it open."
"Very well, sir," Hanaud said in a low and troubled voice to Frobisher.
"There is something here which alarms me."
He dived into a narrow alley at the side of the shop. "It was in this alley, no doubt, that Woberski meant us to believe that he hid on the morning of the 7th of May," Jim whispered as he hurried to keep with his companion.
"No doubt."
The alley led into a lane which ran parallel with the street of Gambetta. Hanaud wheeled into it. A wall 5 feet high, broken at intervals by rickety wooden doors, enclosed the yards at the backs of the houses. Before the first of these breaks in the wall, Hanaud stopped. He raised himself upon the tips of his toes and peered over the wall, first downwards into the yard, and then upwards towards the back of the house. There was no lamp in the lane, no light showing from any of the windows. Though the night was clear of mist, it was as dark as a cavern in this narrow lane behind the houses. Jim Frobisher, though his eyes were accustomed to the gloom, knew that he could not have seen a man even if he had moved 10 yards away. Yet Hanaud still stood peering at the back of the house with the tips of his fingers on the top of the wall. Finally he touched Jim on the sleeve.
"I believe the back window on the first floor is open," he whispered,
and his voice was more troubled than ever.
"We will go in and see."
He touched the wooden door, and it swung inwards with a whine of its hinges.
"Open," said Hanaud. "Make no noise."
Silently they crossed the yard. The ground floor of the house was low. Jim, looking upwards, could see now that the window above their heads yawned wide open. "You are right," he breathed in Hanaud's ear, and with a touch Hanaud asked for silence. The room beyond the window was black as pitch. The two men stood below and listened. Not a word came from it. Hanaud drew Jim into the wall of the house. At the end of the wall a door gave admission into the house. Hanaud tried the door, turning the handle first and then gently pressing with his shoulder upon the panel.
"It's locked, but not bolted like the door in front," he whispered. "I can manage this."
Jim Frobisher heard the tiniest possible rattle of a bunch of keys as Hanaud drew it from his pocket, and then not a noise of any kind whilst Hanaud stooped above the lock. Yet within half a minute the door slowly opened. It opened upon a passage as black as that room above their heads. Hanaud stepped noiselessly into the passage. Jim Frobisher followed him with a heart beating high in excitement. What had happened in that lighted room upstairs and in the dark room behind it? Why didn't Jean Cladel come down and open the door upon the street of Gambetta? Why didn't they hear Nicolas Moreau's soft whistle or the sound of his voice? Hanaud stepped back past Jim Frobisher and shut the door behind them and locked it again.
"You haven't an electric torch with you, of course," Hanaud whispered.
"No," replied Jim.
"Nor I, and I don't want to strike a match. There's something upstairs which frightens me."
You could hardly hear the words. They were spoken as though the mere vibration of the air they caused would carry a message to the rooms above.
"We'll move very carefully. Keep a hand upon my coat."
And Hanaud went forward. After he had gone a few paces, he stopped.
"There's a staircase here on my right. It turns at once. Mind not to knock your foot on the first step,"
he whispered over his shoulder, and a moment later he reached down and, taking hold of Jim's right arm, laid his hand upon a balustrade. Jim lifted his foot, felt for and found the first tread of the stairs, and mounted behind Hanaud. They halted on a little landing just above the door by which they had entered the house. In front of them the darkness began to thin, to become opaque rather than a black, impenetrable hood drawn over their heads. Jim understood that in front of him was an open door, and that the faint glimmer came from that open window on their left hand beyond the door. Hanaud passed through the doorway into the room. Jim followed and was already upon the threshold when Hanaud stumbled and uttered a cry. No doubt the cry was low, but coming so abruptly upon their long silence, it startled Frobisher like the explosion of a pistol. It seemed that it must clash through Dijon like the striking of a clock. But nothing followed. No one stirred, no one cried out a question. Silence descended upon the house again, impenetrable, like the darkness a hood upon the senses. Jim was tempted to call out aloud himself, anything, however childish, so that he might hear a voice speaking words, if only his own voice. The words came at last from Hanaud, and from the inner end of the room, but in an accent which Jim did not recognize.
"Don't move. There is something. I told you I was frightened. Oh!"
And his voice died away in a sigh. Jim could hear him moving very cautiously. Then he almost screamed aloud, for the shutters at the windows slowly swung to, and the room was once more shrouded in black. "Who's that?" Jim whispered violently, and Hanaud answered.
"It's only me, Hanaud. I don't want to show a light here yet with that window open. God knows what dreadful thing has happened here. Come just inside the room and shut the door behind you."
Jim obeyed, and, having moved his position, could see a line of yellow light, straight and fine as if drawn by a pencil, at the other end of the room on the floor. There was a door there, a door into the front room, where they had seen the light go up from the street of Gambetta. Jim Frobisher had hardly realized that before the door was burst open with a crash. In the doorway, outlined against the light beyond, appeared the bulky frame of Hanaud.
"There is nothing here,"
he said, standing there blocking up the doorway with his hands in his pockets.
"The room is quite empty."
That room, the front room, yes. But between Hanaud's legs the light trickled out into the dark room behind, and here, on the floor illuminated by a little lane of light, Jim, with a shiver, saw a clenched hand and a forearm in a crumpled shirt-sleeve. "Turn round!" he cried to Hanaud. "Look!" Hanaud turned.
"Yes," he said quietly, "that is what I stumbled against."
He found a switch in the wall close to the door and snapped it down. The dark room was flooded with light, and on the floor, in the midst of a scene of disorder, a table pushed back here, a chair overturned there, lay the body of a man. He wore no coat. He was in his waistcoat and his shirt-sleeves, and he was crumpled up with a horrible suggestion of agony like a ball, his knees towards his chin, his head forward towards his knees. One arm clutched the body close, the other, the one which Jim had seen, was flung out, his hand clenched in a spasm of intolerable pain. And about the body there was such a pool of blood as Jim Frobisher thought no body could contain. Jim staggered back with his hands clasped over his eyes. He felt physically sick.
Then he killed himself on our approach, he cried with a groan.
Who? Answered Hanaud steadily.
Jean Cladel, the man who whispered to us from behind the window.
Hanaud stunned him with a question.
What with?
Jim drew his hands slowly from before his face and forced his eyes to their service. There was no gleam of a knife or a pistol anywhere against the dark background of the carpet.
You might think that he was a Japanese who had committed harikiri, said Hanaud, but if he had, the knife would be at his side, and there is no knife.
He stooped over the body and felt it and drew his hand back.
It is still warm, he said,
and then a gasp.
Look!
He pointed. The man was lying on his side in this dreadful pose of contracted sinews and unendurable pain, and across the sleeve of his shirt there was a broad red mark.
That's where the knife was wiped clean, said Hanaud.
Jim bent forward.
By God, that's true,
he cried, and a little afterwards, in a voice of awe,
Then it's murder.
Hanaud nodded.
Not a doubt.
Jim Frobisher stood up. He pointed a shaking finger at the grotesque image of pain crumpled upon the floor, death without dignity, an argument that there was something horribly wrong with the making of the human race, since such things could be.
Jean Cladel? He asked. We must make sure, answered Hanaud.
He went down the stairs to the front door, and, unbolting it, called Moreau within the house. From the top of the stairs Jim heard him ask,
Do you know Jean Cladel by sight?
Yes, answered Moreau.
Then follow me.
Hanaud led him up into the back room. For a moment Moreau stopped upon the threshold with a blank look upon his face.
Is that the man?
Hanaud asked. Moreau stepped forward. Yes.
He has been murdered, Hanaud explained. Will you fetch the commissaire of the district and a doctor? We will wait here.
Moreau turned on his heel and went downstairs. Hanaud dropped into a chair and stared moodily at the dead body.
Jean Cladel, he said in a voice of discouragement. Just when he could have been of a little use in the world. Just when he could have helped us to the truth. It's my fault, too. I oughtn't to have waited until tonight. I ought to have foreseen that this might happen.
Who can have murdered him? Jim Frobisher exclaimed. Hanaud roused himself out of his remorse.
The man who whispered to us from behind the window, answered Hanaud.
Jim Frobisher felt his mind reeling. That's impossible, he cried.
Why? Hanaud asked. It must have been he. Think it out.
And step by step he told the story as he read it, testing it by speaking it aloud.
At 10:05, a man of mine, still a little out of breath from his haste, comes to us in the Grand Taverne and tells us that Jean Cladel has just reached home. He reached home then at 10:05.
Yes, Jim agreed.
We were detained for a few minutes by Maurice Thévenet. Yes.
He moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue and said softly,
We shall have to consider that very modest and promising young gentleman rather carefully. He detained us. We heard the clock strike 10:30 as we waited in the street.
Yes.
And all was over then, for the house was as silent as what indeed it is, a grave, and only just over, for the body is still warm. If this, lying here, is Jean Cladel, someone else must have been waiting for him to come home tonight, waiting in the lane behind, since my man didn't see him. And an acquaintance, a friend, for Jean Cladel lets him in and locks the door behind him.
Jim interrupted.
He might have been here already, waiting for him with his knife bared in this dark room."
Hanaud looked round the room. It was furnished cheaply and stuffily, half office, half living-room. An open bureau stood against the wall near the window. A closed cabinet occupied the greater part of one side.
"I wonder," he said. "It is possible, no doubt. But if so, why did the murderer stay so long? No search has been made, no drawers are ransacked."
He tried the door of the cabinet.
"This is still locked. No, I don't think that he was waiting. I think that he was admitted as a friend or a client. I fancy Jean Cladel had not a few clients who preferred to call upon him by the back way in the dark of the night. I think that his visitor came meaning to kill, and waited his time and killed, and that he had hardly killed before we rang the bell at the door."
Hanaud drew in his breath sharply.
"Imagine that, my friend. He is standing here over the man he has murdered, and unexpectedly the shrill, clear sound of the bell goes through the house, as though God said, 'I saw you.' Imagine it. He turned out the light and stands holding his breath in the dark. The bell rings again. He must answer it, or worse may befall. He goes into the front room and throws open the window, and hears it is the police who are at the door."
Hanaud nodded his head in a reluctant admiration.
"But that man had an iron nerve. He doesn't lose his head. He closes the shutter, he turns on the light that we may think he is getting up, he runs back into this room. He will not waste time by stumbling down the stairs and fumbling with the lock of the back door. No, he opens the shutters and drops to the ground. It is done in a second. Another second, and he is in the lane. Another, and he is safe. His dreadful mission ended. Cladel will not speak. Cladel will not tell us the things we want to know."
Hanaud went over to the cabinet and, using his skeleton keys, again opened its doors. On the shelves were ranged a glass jar or two, a retort, the simplest utensils of a laboratory, and a few bottles, one of which, larger than the rest, was half filled with a colourless liquid.
"Alcohol,"
said Hanaud, pointing to the label. Jim Frobisher moved carefully round on the outskirts of the room, taking care not to alter the disarrangements of the furniture. He looked the bottles over. Not one of them held a drop of that pale lemon-coloured solution which the professor in his treatise had described. Hanaud shut and locked the doors of the cabinet again, and stepped carefully over to the bureau. It stood open, and a few papers were strewn upon the flap. He sat down at the bureau and began carefully to search it. Jim sat down in a chair. Somehow it had leaked out that, since this morning, Hanaud knew of Jean Cladel. Jean Cladel, therefore, must be stopped from any revelations, and he had been stopped. Frobisher could no longer doubt that murder had been done on the night of April the 27th in the Maison Granelle. Development followed too logically upon development. The case was building itself up. Another story had been added to the edifice with this new crime. Yes, certainly and solidly it was building itself up, this case against someone. Chapter 18. The White Tablet. Within the minute that case was to be immeasurably strengthened. An exclamation broke from Hanaud. He sprang to his feet and turned on the light of a green-shaded reading lamp which stood upon the ledge of the bureau. He was holding now under the light a small drawer which he had removed from the front of the bureau. Very gingerly he lifted some little thing out of it, something that looked like a badge that men wear in their buttonholes. He laid it down upon the blotting paper, and in that room of death laughed harshly. He beckoned to Jim. "Come and look." What Jim saw was a thin, small, barbed iron dart with an iron stem. He had no need to ask its nature, for he had seen its likeness that morning in the treatise of the Edinburgh professor. This was the actual head of Simon Harlowe's poison arrow. "You have found it," said Jim in a voice that shook.
"Yes."
Hanaud gave it a little push, and said thoughtfully,
"A Negro, thousands of miles away, sits outside his hut in the Coombe country and pounds up his poison seed and mixes it with red clay and smears it thick and slab over the shaft of his fine new arrow and waits for his enemy. But his enemy does not come, so he barters it or gives it to his white friend the trader on the Shire River, and the trader brings it home and gives it to Simon Harlowe of the Maison Grenelle, and Simon Harlowe lends it to a professor in Edinburgh, who writes about it in a printed book and sends it back again. And in the end, after all its travels, it comes to the tenement of Jean Cladel in a slum of Dijon, and is made ready in a new way to do its deadly work." For how much longer Hanaud would have moralized over the arrow in this deplorable way, no man can tell. Happily Jim Frobisher was reprieved from listening to him by the shutting of a door below and the noise of voices in the passage. "The commissaire,"
said Hanaud, and he went quickly down the stairs. Jim heard him speaking in a low tone for quite a long while, and no doubt was explaining the position of affairs. For when he brought the commissaire and the doctor up into the room, he introduced Jim as one about whom they already knew.
"This is that Monsieur Frobisher," he said.
The commissaire, a younger and more vivacious man than Girardot, bowed briskly to Jim and looked towards the contorted figure of Jean Cladel. Even he could not restrain a little gesture of repulsion. He clacked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. "He is not pretty, that one," he said. "Most certainly he is not pretty." Hanaud crossed again to the bureau and carefully folded the dart around with paper.
"With your permission, monsieur," he said ceremoniously to the commissaire, "I shall take this with me. I will be responsible for it."
He put it away in his pocket and looked at the doctor, who was stooping by the side of Jean Cladel.
"I do not wish to interfere, but I should be glad to have a copy of the medical report. I think that it might help me. I think it will be found that this murder was committed in a way peculiar to one man."
"Certainly you shall have a copy of the report, Monsieur Hanaud," replied the young commissaire in a polite and formal voice. Hanaud laid a hand on Jim's arm.
"We are in the way, my friend. Oh, yes, in spite of Monsieur le Commissaire's friendly protestations. This is not our affair. Let us go."
He conducted Jim to the door and turned about.
"I do not wish to interfere," he repeated, "but it is possible that the shutters and the window will bear the traces of the murderer's fingers. I don't think it probable, for that animal had taken his precautions, but it is possible, for he left in a great hurry."
The commissaire was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Most certainly we will give our attention to the shutters and the window-sill."
"A copy of the fingerprints, if any are found?"
Hanaud suggested. "Shall be at Monsieur Hanaud's disposal as early as possible," the commissaire agreed. Jim experienced a pang of regret that Monsieur Bex was not present at the little exchange of civilities. The commissaire and Hanaud were so careful not to tread upon one another's toes, and so politely determined that their own should not be trodden upon. Monsieur Bex could not but have revelled in the correctness of their deportment. Hanaud and Frobisher went downstairs into the street. The neighbourhood had not been aroused. A couple of sergeants de ville stood in front of the door. The street of Gambetta was still asleep and indifferent to the crime which had taken place in one of its least respectable houses.
"I shall go to the prefecture," said Hanaud. "They have given me a little office there with a sofa. I want to put away the arrowhead before I go to my hotel."
"I shall come with you," said Jim. "It will be a relief to walk for a little in the fresh air after that room." The prefecture lay the better part of a mile away across the city. Hanaud set off at a great pace, and, reaching the building, conducted Jim into an office with a safe set against the wall.
"Will you sit down for a moment? And smoke, please," he said.
He was in a mood of such deep dejection, he was so changed from his mercurial self, that only now did Jim Frobisher understand the great store he had set upon his interview with Jean Cladel. He unlocked the safe and brought over to the table a few envelopes of different sizes, the copy of the treatise and his green file. He seated himself in front of Jim and began to open his envelopes and range their contents in a row, when the door was opened and a gendarme saluted and advanced. He carried a paper in his hand.
"A reply came over the telephone from Paris at 9 o'clock tonight, Monsieur Hanaud. They say that this may be the name of the firm you want. It was established in the Rue des Batignolles, but it ceased to exist 7 years ago."
"Yes, that would have happened," Hanaud answered glumly as he took the paper. He read what was written upon it.
Yes, that's it, not a doubt."
He took an envelope from a rack upon the table and put the paper inside it and stuck down the flap. On the front of the envelope, Jim saw him write an illuminating word: address. Then he looked at Jim with smouldering eyes.
"There is a fatality in all this," he cried. "We become more and more certain that murder was committed and how it was committed. We get a glimpse of possible reasons why, but we are never an inch nearer to evidence, real convincing evidence, who committed it. Fatality? I am a fool to use such words. It's keen wits and audacity and nerve that stop us at the end of each lane and make an idiot of me." He struck a match viciously and lit a cigarette. Frobisher made an effort to console him. "Yes, but it's the keen wits and the audacity and the nerve of more than one person." Hanaud glanced at Frobisher sharply. "Explain, my friend."
"I have been thinking over it ever since we left the street of Gambetta. I no longer doubt that Mrs. Harlowe was murdered in the Maison Grenelle. It is impossible to doubt it. But her murder was part of the activities of a gang. Else how comes it that Jean Cladel was murdered too tonight?" A smile drove for a moment the gloom from Hanaud's face.
"Yes, you have been quite 15 minutes in the bull-ring," he said.
"Then you agree with me?"
"Yes."
But Hanaud's gloom had returned.
"But we can't lay our hands upon the gang. We are losing time, and I am afraid that we have no time to lose."
Hanaud shivered like a man suddenly chilled.
"Yes, I am very troubled now. I am very frightened."
His fear peered out of him and entered into Frobisher. Frobisher did not understand it. He had no clue to what it was that Hanaud feared. But sitting in that brightly lit office in the silent building, he was conscious of evil presences thronging about the pair of them, presences grotesque and malevolent, such as some old craftsman of Dijon might have carved on the pillars of a cathedral. He, too, shivered.
"Let us see now," said Hanaud.
He took the end of the arrow shaft from one envelope and the barb from his pocket and fitted them together. The iron barb was loose now, because the hole to receive it at the top of the arrow shaft had been widened to take a nib. But the spoke was just about the right length. He laid the arrow down upon the table and opened his green file. A small square envelope, such as chemists use, attracted Jim's notice. He took it up. It seemed empty, but as he shook it out, a square tablet of some hard white substance rolled onto the table. It was soiled with dust, and there was a smear of green upon it. And as Jim turned it over, he noticed a cut or crack in its surface, as though something sharp had struck it. "What in the world has this to do with the affair?" he asked. Hanaud looked up from the file. He reached out his hand swiftly to take the tablet away from Jim, and drew his hand in again. "A good deal, perhaps. Perhaps nothing," he said gravely. "But it is interesting, that tablet. I shall know more about it tomorrow." Jim could not for the life of him remember any occasion which had brought this tablet into notice. It certainly had not been discovered in Jean Claudel's house, for it was already there in the safe in the office. Jim had noticed the little square envelope as Hanaud fetched it out of the safe. The tablet looked as if it had been picked up from the road, like Monsieur Bex's famous matchbox. Or, yes, there was that smear of green from the grass. Jim sat up straight in his chair. They had all been together in the garden this morning. Hanaud himself, Betty, and Anne Upcott. But at that point Frobisher's conjectures halted. Neither his memory nor deduction could connect that tablet with the half-hour the four of them had passed in the shade of the sycamores. The only thing of which he was quite sure was the great importance which Hanaud attached to it. For all the time that he handled and examined it, Hanaud's eyes never left him, never once. They followed each little movement of fingertip and thumb with an extraordinary alertness, and when Jim at last tilted it off his palm back into its little envelope, the detective undoubtedly drew a breath of relief. Jim Frobisher laughed good-humouredly. He was getting to know his man. He did not invite any ahas and ohos by vain questionings. He leaned across the table and took up his own memorandum, which Hanaud had just laid aside out of his file. He laid it on the table in front of him, and added 2 new questions to those which he had already written out. Thus: 5. What was the exact message telephoned from Paris to the prefecture and hidden away in an envelope marked by Hanaud address? 6. When and where and why was the white tablet picked up, and what in the name of all the saints does it mean? With another laugh, Frobisher tossed the memorandum back to Hanaud. Hanaud, however, read them slowly and thoughtfully. "I had hoped to answer all your questions tonight," he said dispiritedly. "But you see, we break down at every corner, and the question must wait." He was fitting methodically the memorandum back into the file when a look of extreme surprise came over Frobisher's face. He pointed a finger at the file. "That telegram!" There was a telegram pinned to the 3 anonymous letters which Hanaud had in the file, the 2 which Hanaud had shown to Frobisher in Paris, and the 3rd which Betty Harlow had given to him that very afternoon, and the telegram was pieced together by 2 strips of stamp paper in a cross. "That's our telegram, the telegram sent to my firm by Miss Harlow on Monday. Yes, by George, this last Monday." It quite took Jim's breath away, so crowded had his days been with fears and reliefs, excitements and doubts, discoveries and disappointments, to realize that this was only the Friday night, that at so recent a date as Wednesday he had never seen or spoken with Betty Harlow. "The telegram announcing to us in London that you were engaged upon the case." Hanaud nodded in assent. "Yes, you gave it to me." "And you tore it up." "I did, but I picked it out of the waste-paper basket afterwards and stuck it together," Hanaud explained, in no wise disconcerted by Jim Frobisher's attack of perspicacity.
I meant to make some trouble here with the police for letting out the secret. I'm very glad now that I did pick it out. You yourself must have realized its importance the very next morning before I even arrived at the Maison Grenelle, when you told Mademoiselle that you had shown it to me."
Jim cast his memory back. He had a passion for precision and exactness, which was very proper in one of his profession. "It was not until you came that I learnt Miss Harlowe had the news by an anonymous letter," he said.
"Well, that doesn't matter,"
Hanaud interposed, a trifle quickly.
"The point of importance to me is that when the case is done with, and I have a little time to devote to these letters, the telegram may be of value."
"Yes, I see," said Jim. "I see that," he repeated, and he shifted uncomfortably in his chair, and opened his mouth and closed it again, and remained suspended between speech and silence, whilst Hanaud read through his file and contemplated his exhibits and found no hope in them.
"They lead me nowhere!"
he cried violently, and Jim Frobisher made up his mind. "Monsieur Hanaud, you do not share your thoughts with me," he said rather formally, "but I will deal with you in a better way. Apart from this crime in the Maison Grenelle, you have the mystery of these anonymous letters to solve. I can help you to this extent. Another of them has been received."
"When?"
"Tonight, whilst we sat at dinner."
"By whom?"
"Anne Upcott."
"What?"
Hanaud was out of his chair with a cry, towering up, his face white as the walls of the room, his eyes burning upon Frobisher. Never could news have been so unexpected, so startling.
"You are sure?"
he asked. "Quite. It came by the evening post, with others. Gaston brought them into the dining-room. There was one for me from my firm in London, a couple for Betty, and this one for Anne Upcott. She opened it with a frown, as though she did not know from whom it came. I saw it as she unfolded it. It was on the same common paper, typewritten in the same way, with no address at the head of it. She gasped as she looked at it, and then she read it again, and then with a smile she folded it and put it away."
"With a smile?"
Hanaud insisted. "Yes, she was pleased. The colour came into her face. The distress went out of it."
"She didn't show it to you, then?"
"No."
"Nor to Mademoiselle Harlowe?"
"No."
"But she was pleased, eh?"
It seemed that to Hanaud this was the most extraordinary feature of the whole business.
"Did she say anything?"
"Yes," answered Jim. "She said, 'He has been always right, hasn't he?'"
"She said that? He has been always right, hasn't he?"
Hanaud slowly resumed his seat, and sat like a man turned into stone. He looked up in a little while.
"What happened then?" he asked.
"Nothing until dinner was over. Then she picked up her letter and beckoned with her head to Miss Betty, who said to me, 'We shall have to leave you to take your coffee alone.' They went across the hall to Betty's room, the treasure-room. I was a little nettled. Ever since I have been in Dijon, one person after another has pushed me into a corner with orders to keep quiet and not interfere. So I came to find you at the Grand Taverne." At another moment Jim's eruption of injured vanity would have provoked Hanaud to one of his lamentable exhibitions, but now he did not notice it at all.
"They went away to talk that letter over together," said Hanaud. "And that young lady was pleased, she who was so distressed this afternoon. A way out, then."
Hanaud was discussing his problem with himself, his eyes upon the table.
"For once the scourge is kind? I wonder. It baffles me."
He rose to his feet and walked once or twice across the room.
"Yes, I, the old bull of 100 corridas, I, Hanaud, am baffled."
He was not posturing now. He was frankly and simply amazed that he could be so utterly at a loss. Then, with a swift change of mood, he came back to the table.
"Meanwhile, monsieur, until I can explain this strange new incident to myself, I beg of you your help,"
he pleaded very earnestly and even very humbly. Fear had returned to his eyes and his voice. He was disturbed beyond Jim's comprehension.
"There is nothing more important. I want you— how shall I put it so that I may persuade you? I want you to stay as much as you can in the Maison Grenelle to keep a little watch on this pretty Anne Upcott, to—"
He got no farther with his proposal. Jim Frobisher interrupted him in a very passion of anger. "No, I won't," he cried. "You go much too far, monsieur. I won't be your spy. I'm not here for that. I'm here for my client. As for Anne Upcott, she is my countrywoman. I will not help you against her. So help me God, I won't." Hanaud looked across the table at the flushed and angry face of his junior colleague, who now resigned his office and, without parley, accepted his defeat.
"I don't blame you," he answered quietly. "I could indeed hope for no other reply. I must be quick, that's all. I must be very quick."
Frobisher's anger fell away from him like a cloak one drops. He saw Hanaud sitting over against him with a white, desperately troubled face and eyes in which there shone unmistakably some gleam of terror. "Tell me," he cried in an exasperation, "be frank with me for once. Is Anne Upcott guilty? She's not alone, of course, anyway. There's a gang. We're agreed upon that. Werbersky's one of them, of course. Is Anne Upcott another? Do you believe it?" Hanaud slowly put his exhibits together. There was a struggle going on within him. The strain of the night had told upon them both, and he was tempted for once to make a confidant, tempted intolerably. On the other hand, Jim Frobisher read in him all the traditions of his service, to wait upon facts, not to utter suspicions, to be fair. It was not until he had locked everything away again in the safe that Hanaud yielded to the temptation. And even then he could not bring himself to be direct.
"You want to know what I believe of Anne Upcott?"
he cried reluctantly, as though the words were torn from him.
"Go tomorrow to the Church of Notre Dame and look at the façade. There, since you are not blind, you will see."
He would say no more, that was clear. Nay, he stood moodily before Frobisher, already regretting that he had said so much. Frobisher picked up his hat and stick. "Thank you," he said. "Good night." Hanaud let him go to the door. Then he said,
"You are free tomorrow. I shall not go to the Maison Grenelle. Have you any plans?"
"Yes, I am to be taken for a motor drive round the neighbourhood."
"Yes, it is worthwhile,"
Hanaud answered listlessly.
"But remember to telephone to me before you go. I shall be here. I will tell you if I have any news. Good night."
Jim Frobisher left him standing in the middle of the room. Before he had closed the door, Hanaud had forgotten his presence, for he was saying to himself over and over again, almost with an accent of despair,
"I must be quick. I must be very quick."
Frobisher walked briskly down to the Place Ernest Renan and the Rue de la Liberté, dwelling upon Hanaud's injunction to examine the façade of Notre Dame. He must keep that in mind and obey it in the morning, but that night was not yet over for him. As he reached the mouth of the little street of Charles Robert, he heard a light, quick step a little way behind him, a step that seemed familiar. So when he turned into the street, he sauntered and looked round. He saw a tall man cross the entrance of the street very quickly and disappear between the houses on the opposite side. The man paused for a second under the light of a street lamp at the angle of the street, and Jim could have sworn that it was Hanaud. There were no hotels, no lodgings in this quarter of the city. It was a quarter of private houses. What was Hanaud seeking there? Speculating upon this new question, he forgot the façade of Notre-Dame, and upon his arrival at the Maison Grenelle a little incident occurred which made the probability that he would soon remember it remote. He let himself into the house with a latch-key which had been given to him, and turned on the light in the hall by means of a switch at the side of the door. He crossed the hall to the foot of the stairs, and was about to turn off the light, using the switch there, to which Anne Upcott had referred, when the door of the treasure-room opened. Betty appeared in the doorway. "You are still up," he said in a low voice, half pleased to find her still afoot, and half regretful that she was losing her hours of sleep. "Yes," and slowly her face softened to a smile. "I waited up for my lodger." She held the door open, and he followed her back into the room. "Let me look at you," she said, and having looked, she added, "Jim, something has happened tonight." Jim nodded. "What?" she asked. "Let it wait till tomorrow, Betty." Betty smiled no longer. The light died out of her dark, haunting eyes. Lassitude and distress veiled them. "Something terrible, then," she said in a whisper. "Yes," and she stretched out a hand to the back of a chair and steadied herself. "Please tell me now, Jim. I shall not sleep tonight unless you do, and oh, I am so tired." There was so deep a longing in her voice, so utter a weariness in the pose of her young body, that Jim could not but yield. "I'll tell you, Betty," he said gently. "Hanaud and I went to find Jean Cladel tonight. We found him dead. He had been murdered, cruelly." Betty moaned and swayed upon her feet. She would have fallen had not Jim caught her in his arms. "Betty!" he cried. Betty buried her face upon his shoulder. He could feel the heave of her bosom against his heart. "It's appalling," she moaned. "Jean Cladel, no one ever had heard of him till this morning, and now he's swept into this horror, like the rest of us. Oh, where will it end?" Jim placed her in a chair and dropped on his knees beside her. She was sobbing now, and he tried to lift her face up to his. "My dear," he whispered. But she would not raise her head. "No," she said in a stifled voice. "No," and she pressed her face deeper into the crook of his shoulder and clung to him with desperate hands. "Betty," he repeated, "I'm so sorry, but it'll all come right. I'm sure it will. Oh, Betty!" And whilst he spoke, he cursed himself for the banality of his words. Why couldn't he find some ideas that were really fine with which to comfort her, something better than these stupid commonplaces of "I am sorry" and "it will all straighten out"? But he couldn't, and it seemed that there was no necessity that he should, for her arms crept round his neck and held him close. Chapter 19. A Plan Frustrated. The road curled like a paper ribbon round the shoulder of a hill and dropped into a shallow valley. To the left, a little below the level of the road, a stream ran swiftly through a narrow meadow of lush green grass. Beyond the meadow, the wall of the valley rose rough with outcroppings of rock, and with every tuft of its herbage already brown from the sun. On the right, the northern wall rose almost from the road's edge. The valley was long and curved slowly, and halfway along to the point where it disappeared a secondary road, the sort of road which is indicated in the motorist's handbooks by a dotted line, branched off to the left, crossed the stream by a stone bridge, and vanished in a cleft of the southern wall. Beyond this branching road grew trees. The stream disappeared under them as though it ran into a cavern. The slopes on either side were hidden behind trees so thick that here at this end the valley looked bare in the strong sunlight, but low trees, as if they had determined to harmonize with their environment. Indeed, the whole valley had a sort of doll's house effect. It was so shallow and narrow and stunted. It tried to be a valley and succeeded in being a depression. When the little two-seater car swooped round the shoulder of the hill and descended, the white ribbon of road was empty but for one tiny speck at the far end, behind which a stream of dust spurted and spread like smoke from the runnel of an engine. "That motor dust is going to smother us when we pass," said Jim. "We shall do as much for him," said Betty, looking over her shoulder from the steering wheel. "No worse." Behind the car the dust was a screen. "But I don't mind, do you, Jim?" she asked with a laugh, in which for the first time, with a heart of thankfulness, Jim heard a note of gaiety. "To be free of that town, if only for an hour. Oh!" And Betty opened her lungs to the sunlight and the air. "This is my first hour of liberty for a week." Frobisher was glad, too, to be out upon the slopes of the Côte d'Or. The city of Dijon was ringing that morning with the murder of Jean Cladel. You could not pass down a street but you heard his name mentioned, and some sarcasms about the police. He wished to forget that nightmare of a visit to the street of Gambetta and the dreadful twisted figure on the floor of the back room. "You'll be leaving it for good very soon, Betty," he said significantly. Betty made a little grimace at him, and laid her hand upon his sleeve. "Jim," she said, and the colour rose into her face, and the car swerved across the road. "You mustn't speak like that to the girl at the wheel," she said with a laugh as she switched the car back into its course, "or I shall run down the motorcyclist and that young lady in the sidecar." "The young lady," said Jim, "happens to be a portmanteau." The motorcyclist, indeed, was slowing down as he came nearer to the branching road, like a tourist unacquainted with the country, and when he actually reached it he stopped altogether and dismounted. Betty brought her car to a standstill beside him and glanced at the clock and the speedometer in front of her. "Can I help you?" she asked. The man standing beside the motorcycle was a young man, slim, dark, and of a pleasant countenance. He took off his helmet and bowed politely. "Madame, I am looking for Dijon," he said in a harsh accent which struck Frobisher as somehow familiar to his ears. "Monsieur, you can see the tip of it through that gap across the valley," Betty returned. In the very centre of the cleft the point of the soaring spire of the cathedral stood up like a delicate lance. "But I warn you that way, though short, is not good." Through the gradually thinning cloud of dust which hung behind the car they heard the jug-jug of another motorcycle. "The road by which we have come is the better one," she continued. "But how far is it?" the young man asked. Betty once more consulted her speedometer. 40 kilometres, and we have covered them in 40 minutes, so that you can see the going is good. We started at 11 punctually, and it is now 20 minutes to 12. "Surely we started before 11, Jim interposed. "Yes, but we stopped for a minute or two to tighten the strap of the toolbox on the edge of the town, and we started from there at 11. The motorcyclist consulted his wristwatch. "Yes, it's 20 minutes to 12 now," he said, "but 40 kilometres. I doubt if I have the essence. I think I must try the nearer road." The second motorcycle came out of the dust like a boat out of a sea mist, and slowed down in turn at the side of them. The rider jumped out of his saddle, pushed his goggles up onto his forehead, and joined in the conversation. "That little road, monsieur, it is not one of the national highways. That shows itself at a glance. But it is not so bad. From the stone bridge one can be at the Hôtel de Ville of Dijon in 25 minutes.
"I thank you," said the young man. "You will pardon me. I have been here for 7 minutes, and I am expected."
He replaced his helmet, mounted his machine, and with a splutter and 6 explosions ran down into the bed of the valley. The second cyclist readjusted his goggles.
"Will you go first, madame?" he suggested. "Otherwise I give you my dust."
"Thank you," said Betty with a smile, and she slipped in the clutch and started. Beyond the little forest and the curve the ground rose and the valley flattened out. Across their road a broad highway set with kilometre stones ran north and south. "The road to Paris," said Betty as she stopped the car in front of a little inn with a tangled garden at the angle. She looked along the road Pariswards. "Air," she said, and drew a breath of longing, whilst her eyes kindled and her white, strong teeth clicked as though she was biting a sweet fruit. "Soon, Betty," said Jim. "Very soon." Betty drove the car into a little yard at the side of the river. "We will lunch here in the garden," she said, "all amongst the earwigs and the roses." An omelette, a cutlet perfectly cooked and piping hot, with a salad and a bottle of Clos de Prince of the 1904 vintage, brought the glowing city of Paris immeasurably nearer to them. They sat in the open under the shade of a tall hedge. They had the tangled garden to themselves. They laughed and made merry in the golden May, and visions of wonder trembled and opened before Jim Frobisher's eyes. Betty swept them away, however, when he had lit a cigar and she a cigarette, and their coffee steamed from the little cups in front of them. "Let us be practical, Jim," she said. "I want to talk to you." The sparkle of gaiety had left her face. "Yes?" he asked. "About Anne." Her eyes swept round and rested on Jim's face. "She ought to go." "Run away?" cried Jim with a start. "Yes, at once and as secretly as possible." Jim turned the proposal over in his mind whilst Betty waited in suspense. "It couldn't be managed," he objected. "It could." "Even if it could, would she consent?" "She does." "Of course it's pleading guilty," he said slowly. "Oh, it isn't, Jim. She wants time, that's all. Time for my necklace to be traced, time for the murderer of Jean Cadell to be discovered. You remember what I told you about Hanaud? He must have his victim. You wouldn't believe me, but it's true. He has got to go back to Paris and say, 'You see, they sent from Dijon for me, and 5 minutes, that's all I needed. 5 little minutes, and there's your murderess all tied up and safe.' He tried to fix it on me first." "No." "He did, Jim, and now that has failed, he has turned on Anne. She'll have to go. Since he can't get me, he'll take my friend, yes, and manufacture the evidence into the bargain."
"Betty, Hanaud wouldn't do that," Frobisher protested.
"But, Jim, he has done it," she said.
"When?"
"When he put that Edinburgh man's book about the arrow poison back upon the bookshelf in the library."
Jim was utterly taken aback. "Did you know that he had done that?"
"I couldn't help knowing," she answered. "The moment he took the book down it was clear to me. He knew it from end to end as if it was a primer. He could put his finger on the plates, on the history of my uncle's arrow, on the effect of the poison, on the solution that could be made of it, in an instant. He pretended that he had learnt all that in the half-hour he waited for us. It wasn't possible. He had found that book the afternoon before somewhere, and had taken it away with him secretly, and sat up half the night over it. That's what he had done."
Jim Frobisher was sunk in confusion. He had been guessing first this person, then that, and in the end had had to be told the truth, whereas Betty had reached it in a flash by using her wits.
He felt that he had been just 1 minute and a half in the bull-ring. Betty added in a hot scorn, "Then, when he had learnt it all by heart, he puts it back secretly in the bookshelf and accuses us." "But he admits he put it back," said Jim slowly. Betty was startled. "When did he admit it?" "Last night, to me," replied Jim, and Betty laughed bitterly. She would hear no good of Hanaud. "Yes, now that he has something better to go upon." "Something better?" "The disappearance of my necklace. Oh, Jim, Anne has got to go. If she could get to England, they couldn't bring her back, could they? They haven't evidence enough. It's only suspicion and suspicion and suspicion. But here in France it's different, isn't it? They can hold people on suspicion, keep them shut up by themselves, and question them again and again. Oh, yesterday afternoon in the hall, don't you remember, Jim? I thought Hanaud was going to arrest her there and then." Jim Frobisher nodded. "I thought so too." He had been a little shocked by Betty's proposal, but the more familiar he became with it, the more it appealed to him. There was an overpowering argument in its favour, of which neither he nor Hanaud had told Betty a word. The shaft of the arrow had been discovered in Anne Upcott's room, and the dart in the house of Jean Cladel. These were overpowering facts. On the whole, it was better that Anne should go, now, whilst there was still time, if, that is, Hanaud did undoubtedly believe her to be guilty. "But it is evident that he does," cried Betty. Jim answered slowly, "I suppose he does. We can make sure, anyway. I had a doubt last night, so I asked him point-blank." "And he answered you?" Betty asked with a gasp. "Yes and no. He gave me the strangest answer." "What did he say?" "He told me to visit the Church of Notre Dame. If I did, I should read upon the facade whether Anne was innocent or not." Slowly every tinge of colour ebbed out of Betty's face. Her eyes stared at him horror-stricken. She sat a figure of ice, except for her eyes, which blazed. "That's terrible," she said with a low voice, and again, "That's terrible." Then with a cry she stood erect. "You shall see! Come!" And she ran towards the motor-car. The sunlit day was spoilt for both of them. Betty drove homewards, bending over the wheel, her eyes fixed ahead. But Frobisher wondered whether she saw anything at all of that white road which the car devoured. Once, as they dropped from the highland and the forests to the plains, she said, "We shall abide by what we see?" "Yes." "If Hanaud thinks her innocent, she should stay. If he thinks her guilty, she must go." "Yes," said Frobisher. Betty guided the car through the streets of the city and into a wide square, a great church of the Renaissance type, with octagonal cupolas upon its 2 towers, and another little cupola surmounted by a loggia above its porch confronted them. Betty stopped the car and led Frobisher into the porch. Above the door was a great bas-relief of the Last Judgment, God amongst the clouds, angels blowing trumpets, and the damned rising from their graves to undergo their torments. Both Betty and Frobisher gazed at the representation for a while in silence. To Frobisher it was a cruel and brutal piece of work, which well matched Hanaud's revelation of his true belief. "Yes, the message is easy to read," he said, and they drove back in a melancholy silence to the Maison Grenelle. The chauffeur, Georges, came forward from the garage to take charge of the car. Betty ran inside the house and waited for Jim Frobisher to join her. "I'm so sorry," she said in a broken voice. "I kept a hope somewhere that we were all mistaken. I mean, as to the danger Anne was in. I don't believe for a moment in her guilt, of course, But she must go, that's clear. She went slowly up the stairs, and Jim saw no more of her until dinner was served, long after its usual hour. Anne Upcott he had not seen at all that day, nor did he even see her then. Betty came to him in the library a few minutes before 9. "We are very late, I am afraid. There are just the two of us, Jim," she said with a smile, and she led the way into the dining-room. Through the meal she was anxious and preoccupied, nodding her assent to anything that he said, with her thoughts far away, and answering him at random, or not answering him at all. She was listening, Frobisher fancied, for some sound in the hall, an expected sound which was overdue, for her eyes went continually to the clock, and a flurry and agitation very strange in one naturally so still became more and more evident in her manner. At length, just before 10 o'clock, they both heard the horn of a motor-car in the quiet street. The car stopped, as it seemed to Frobisher, just outside the gates, and upon that there followed the sound for which Betty had so anxiously been listening, the closing of a heavy door by someone careful to close it quietly. Betty shot a quick glance at Jim Frobisher, and coloured when he intercepted it. A few seconds afterwards the car moved on, and Betty drew a long breath. Jim Frobisher leaned forward to Betty. Though they were alone in the room, he spoke in a low voice of surprise. "Anne Upcott has gone, then?" "Yes." "So soon? You had everything already arranged, then?" "It was all arranged yesterday evening. She should be in Paris tomorrow morning, England tomorrow night, if only all goes well." Even in the stress of her anxiety, Betty had been sensitive to a tiny note of discontent in Jim Frobisher's questions. He had been left out of the counsels of the two girls. Their arrangements had been made without his participation. He had only been told of them at the last minute, just as if he was a babbler not to be trusted, and an incompetent whose advice would only have been a waste of time. Betty made her excuses. "It would have been better, of course, if we had got you to help us, Jim, but Anne wouldn't have it. She insisted that you had come out here on my account, and that you mustn't be dragged into such an affair as her flight and escape at all. She made it a condition, so I had to give way. But you can help me now tremendously." Jim was appeased. Betty, at all events, had wanted him, was still alarmed lest their plan undertaken without his advice might miscarry. "How can I help?" "You can go to that cinema and keep Monsieur Hanaud engaged. It's important that he should know nothing about Anne's flight until late tomorrow." Jim laughed at the futility of Hanaud's devices to hide himself. It was obviously all over the town that he spent his evenings in the Grand Taverne. "Yes, I'll go," he returned. "I'll go now." But Hanaud was not that night in his accustomed place, and Jim sat there alone until 10:30. Then a man strolled out from one of the billiard-rooms, and, standing behind Jim with his eyes upon the screen, said in a whisper, "Do not look at me, monsieur. It is Moreau. I go outside. Will you please to follow?" He strolled away. Jim gave him a couple of minutes' grace. He had remembered Hanaud's advice, and had paid for his bock when it had been brought to him. The little saucer was turned upside down to show that he owed nothing. When 2 minutes had elapsed, he sauntered out, and, looking neither to the right nor to the left, strolled indolently along the Rue de la Gare. When he reached the Place d'Arcet, Nicolas Moreau passed him without a sign of recognition, and struck off to the right along the Rue de la Liberté. Frobisher followed him with a sinking heart. It was folly, of course, to imagine that Hanaud could be so easily eluded. No doubt that motor-car had been stopped. No doubt Anne Upcott was already under lock and key. Why, the last words he had heard Hanaud speak were, "I must be quick." Moreau turned off into the Boulevard Sévigné, and, doubling back to the station square, slipped into one of the small hotels which cluster in that quarter. The lobby was empty. A staircase, narrow and steep, led from it to the upper stories. Moreau now ascended it with Frobisher at his heels, and opened a door. Frobisher looked into a small and dingy sitting-room at the back of the house. The windows were open, but the shutters were closed. A single pendant in the centre of the room gave it light, and at a table under the pendant Hanaud sat poring over a map. The map was marked with red ink in a curious way. A sort of hoop, very much the shape of a tennis racket without its handle, was described upon it, and from the butt to the top of the hoop an irregular line was drawn, separating the hoop roughly into 2 semicircles. Moreau left Jim Frobisher standing there, and in a moment or two Hanaud looked up. "Did you know, my friend," he asked very gravely, "that Anne Upcott has gone tonight to Madame Lavey's fancy dress ball?" Frobisher was taken completely by surprise. "No, I see that you didn't," Hanaud went on. He took up his pen and placed a red spot at the edge of the hoop close by the butt. Jim recovered from his surprise. Madame Lavey's ball was the spot from which the start was to be made. The plan, after all, was not so ill-devised, if only Anne could have got to the ball unnoticed. Masked and in fancy dress, amongst a throng of people similarly accoutred, in a house with a garden, no doubt thrown open upon this hot night, and lit only by lanterns discreetly dim, she had thus her best chance of escape. But the chance was already lost, for Hanaud laid down his pen again, and said in ominous tones, "The water-lily, eh? That pretty water-lily, my friend, will not dance very gaily tonight." Chapter 20. A Map and the Necklace. Hanaud turned his map round and pushed it across the table to Jim Frobisher. "What do you make of that?" he asked, and Jim drew up a chair and sat down to examine it. He made, first of all, a large-scale map of Dijon and its environments, the town itself lying at the bottom of the red hoop and constituting the top of the handle of the tennis racket. As to the red circle, it seemed to represent a tour which someone had made out from Dijon round a good tract of outlying country and back again to the city. But there was more to it than that. The wavy dividing line, for instance, from the top of the circle to the handle, that is to Dijon, and on the left-hand edge of the hoop, as he bent over the map, and just outside Dijon, the red mark, a little red square which Hanaud had just made. Against this square an hour was marked. 11 a.m., he read. He followed the red curve with his eyes, and just where this dividing line touched the rim of the hoop, another period was inscribed. Here Frobisher read 11:40. Frobisher looked up at Hanaud in astonishment. "Good God!" he exclaimed, and he bent again over the map. The point where the dividing line branched off was in a valley, as he could see by the contours. Yes, he had found the name now, the Val Terzon. Just before 11 o'clock, Betty had stopped the car just outside Dijon, opposite a park with a big house standing back, and had asked him to tighten the strap of the toolbox. They had started again exactly at 11. Betty had taken note of the exact time, and they had stopped where the secondary road branched off and doubled back to Dijon at the top of the hoop, at the junction of the rim and the dividing line, exactly at 11:40. "This is a chart of the expedition we made today," he cried. "We were followed, then." He remembered suddenly the second motorcyclist who had come up from behind through the screen of their dust and had stopped by the side of their car to join in their conversation with the tourist. "The motorcyclist?" he asked, and again he got no answer. But the motorcyclist had not followed them all the way round. On their homeward course they had stopped to lunch in the tangled garden. There had been no sign of the man. Jim looked at the map again. He followed the red line from the junction of the two roads round the curve of the valley to the angle where the great national road to Paris cut across and where they had lunched. After luncheon they had continued along the national road into Dijon, whereas the red line crossed it and came back by a longer and obviously a less frequented route. "I can't imagine why you had us followed this morning, Monsieur Hanaud," he exclaimed with some heat. "But I can tell you this. The chase was not very efficiently contrived. We didn't come home that way at all." "I haven't an idea how you came home," Hanaud answered imperturbably. "The line on that side of the circle has nothing to do with you at all, as you can see for yourself by looking at the time marked where the line begins." The red hoop at the bottom was not complete. There was a space where the spliced handle of the racket would fit in, the space filled by the town of Dijon, and at the point on the right-hand side where the line started, Frobisher read in small but quite clear figures, 10:25 a.m. Jim was more bewildered than ever. "I don't understand one word of it," he cried. Hanaud reached over and touched the point with the tip of his pen. "This is where the motorcyclist started, the cyclist who met you at the branch road at 11:40. "The tourist?" asked Jim. A second ago it had seemed to him impossible that the fog could thicken about his wits any more, and yet it had. "Let us say the man with the portmanteau on his trailer," Hanaud corrected. "You see that he left his starting point in Dijon 35 minutes before you left yours. The whole manoeuvre seems to have been admirably planned, for you met precisely at the arranged spot at 11:40. Neither the car nor the cycle had to wait one moment." "Manoeuvre? Arranged spot?" Frobisher exclaimed, looking about him in a sort of despair. "Has everyone gone crazy? Why in the world should a man start out with a portmanteau in a sidecar from Dijon at 10:25, run 30 or 40 miles into the country by a roundabout road, and then return by a bad straight track? There's no sense in it." "No doubt it's perplexing," Hanaud agreed. He nodded to Moreau, who went out of the room by a communicating door towards the front of the house. "But I can help you," Hanaud continued. "At the point where you started after tightening the strap of the toolbox on the edge of the town, a big country house stands back in a park." "Yes," said Jim. "That is the house of Madame Levay, where this fancy-dress ball takes place tonight." "Madame Levay's chateau?" Frobisher repeated. "Where—" He began a question and caught it back, but Hanaud completed it for him. "Yes, where Anne Upcott now is. You started from it at precisely 11 in the morning." He looked at his watch. "It is not yet quite 11 at night, so she is still there." Frobisher started back in his chair. Hanaud's words were like the blade of silver light cutting through the darkness of the cinema hall and breaking into a sheet of radiance upon the screen. The meaning of the red diagram upon Hanaud's map, the unsuspected motive of Betty's expedition this morning, were revealed to him. "It was a rehearsal!" he cried. Hanaud nodded. "A time rehearsal." "Yes, the sort of thing which takes place in theatres without the principal members of the company," thought Frobisher. But a moment later he was dissatisfied with that explanation. "Wait a moment," he said. "That won't do, I fancy." The motorcyclist with the sidecar had brought his arguments to a standstill. His times were marked upon the map. They were therefore of importance. What had he to do with Anne Upcott's escape? but he visualized the motorcyclist and his sidecar, and his connection with the affair became evident. The big portmanteau gave Frobisher the clue. Anne Upcott would be leaving Madame Leveille's house in her ball dress, just as if she was returning to the Maison Grenelle, and without any luggage at all. She could not arrive in Paris in the morning like that if she were to avoid probably suspicion and certainly remark. The motorcyclist was to meet her in the Val Terzon, transfer her luggage rapidly to her car, and then return to Dijon by the straight, quick road, whilst Anne turned off at the end of the valley to Paris. He remembered now that 7 minutes had elapsed between the meeting of the cycle and the motor-car and their separation. 7 minutes, then, were allowed for the transference of the luggage. Another argument flashed into his thoughts. Betty had told him nothing of this plan. It had been presented to him as a mere excursion on a summer day, her first hours of liberty naturally employed. Her silence was all of a piece with the determination of Betty and Anne Upcott to keep him altogether out of the conspiracy. Every detail fitted like the blocks in a picture puzzle. Yes, there had been a time rehearsal, and Hanaud knew all about it. That was the disturbing certainty which first overwhelmed Frobisher when he had got the better of his surprise at the scheme itself. Hanaud knew, and Betty had so set her heart on Anne's escape. "Let her go," he pleaded earnestly. "Let Anne Upcott get away to Paris and to England." And Hanaud leaned back in his chair with a little gasp. The queerest smile broke over his face. "I see," he said. "Oh, I know," Frobisher exclaimed, hotly appealing. "You are of the Sûreté, and I am a lawyer, an officer of the High Court in my country, and I have no right to make such a petition, but I do without a scruple. You can't get a conviction against Anne Upcott. You haven't a chance of it. But you can throw such a net of suspicion about her that she'll never get out of it. You can ruin her, yes, but that's all you can do." "You speak very eagerly, my friend," Hanaud interposed. Jim could not explain that it was Betty's anxiety to save her friend which inspired his plea. He fell back upon the scandal which such a trial would cause. "There has been enough publicity already owing to Boris Woberski," he continued. "Surely Miss Harlowe has had distress enough. Why must she stand in the witness-box and give evidence against her friend in a trial which can have no result? That's what I want you to realize, Monsieur Hanaud. I have had some experience of criminal trials. Oh, shade of Mr. Hazlitt! Why was that punctilious man not there in the flesh to wipe out with an indignant word the slur upon the firm of Frobisher and Hazlitt? And I assure you that no jury could convict upon such evidence. Why, even the pearl necklace has not been traced, and it never will be. You can take that from me, Monsieur Hanaud. It never will be." Hanaud opened a drawer in the table and took out one of those little cedar-wood boxes made to hold 100 cigarettes, which the better class of manufacturers use in England for their wares. He pushed this across the table towards Jim. Something which was more substantial than cigarettes rattled inside of it. Jim seized upon it in a panic. He had not a doubt that Betty would far sooner lose her necklace altogether than that her friend Anne Upcott should be destroyed by it. He opened the lid of the box. It was filled with cotton wool. From the cotton wool he took a string of pearls perfectly graded in size, and gleaming softly with a pink lustre which, even to his untutored eyes, was indescribably lovely. "It would have been more correct if I had found them in a matchbox," said Hanaud, "but I shall point out to Monsieur Bex that, after all, matches and cigarettes are akin." Jim was still staring at the necklace in utter disappointment when Moreau knocked upon the other side of the communicating door. Hanaud looked again at his watch. "Yes, it is 11 o'clock. We must go.
The car has started from the house of Madame Levay."
He rose from his chair, buried the necklace again within the layers of cotton wool, and locked it up once more in the drawer. The room had faded away from Jim Frobisher's eyes. He was looking at a big, brilliantly illuminated house, and a girl who slipped from a window and, wrapping a dark cloak about her glistening dress, ran down the dark avenue in her dancing slippers to where a car waited hidden under trees. "The car may not have started," Jim said with sudden hopefulness. "There may have been an accident to it. The chauffeur may be late. 100 things may have happened."
"With a scheme so carefully devised, so meticulously rehearsed? No, my friend."
Hanaud took an automatic pistol from a cabinet against the wall and placed it in his pocket. "You are going to leave that necklace just like that in a table drawer?" Jim asked. "We ought to take it first to the prefecture."
"This room is not unwatched," replied Hanaud. "It will be safe."
Jim hopefully tried another line of argument. "We shall be too late now to intercept Anne Upcott at the branch road," he argued. "It is past 11, as you say, well past 11, and 35 minutes on a motorcycle in the daytime means 50 minutes in a car at night, especially with a bad road to travel."
"We don't intend to intercept Anne Upcott at the branch road," Hanaud returned.
He folded up the map and put it aside upon the mantel-shelf.
"I take a big risk, you know," he said softly, "but I must take it. And, no, I can't be wrong."
But he turned from the mantel-shelf with a very anxious and troubled face. Then, as he looked at Jim, a fresh idea came into his mind.
"By the way," he said, "the façade of Notre-Dame?"
Jim nodded. "The bas-relief of the Last Judgment. We went to see it. We thought your way of saying what you believed a little brutal." Hanaud remained silent, with his eyes upon the floor for a few seconds. Then he said quietly, "I am sorry." He tacked on a question.
"You say we?"
"Mademoiselle Harlowe and I," Jim explained.
"Oh, yes, to be sure. I should have thought of that."
And once more his troubled cry broke from him.
"It must be that. No, I can't be wrong. Anyway, it's too late to change now."
A second time Moreau rapped upon the communicating door. Hanaud sprang to alertness.
"That's it," he said. "Take your hat and stick, Monsieur Frobisher. Good. You are ready?"
And the room was at once plunged into darkness. Hanaud opened the communicating door, and they passed into the front room, a bedroom looking out upon the big station square. This room was in darkness too, but the shutters were not closed, and there were patches of light upon the walls from the lamps in the square and the Grand Taverne at the corner. The three men could see one another, and to Jim in this dusk the faces of his companions appeared of a ghastly pallor. "Donnet took his position when I first knocked," said Moreau. "Patineau has just joined him." He pointed across the square to the station buildings. Some cabs were waiting for the Paris train, and in front of them 2 men dressed like artisans were talking. One of them lit a cigarette from the stump of a cigarette held out to him by his companion. The watchers in the room saw the end of the cigarette glow red. "The way is clear, monsieur," said Moreau. "We can go." And he turned and went out of the inn to the staircase. Jim started to follow him. Whither they were going, Jim had not a notion, not even a conjecture, but he was gravely troubled. All his hopes and Betty's hopes for the swift and complete suppression of the Woberski affair had seemingly fallen to the ground. He was not reassured when Hanaud's hand was laid on his arm and detained him.
"You understand, Monsieur Frobisher," said Hanaud with a quiet authority,
his eyes shining very steadily in the darkness, his face glimmering very white, "that now the law of France takes charge. There must not be a finger raised or a word spoken to hinder officers upon their duty. On the other hand, I make you in return the promise you desire. No one shall be arrested on suspicion. Your own eyes shall bear me out." The two men followed Moreau down the stairs into the street. Chapter 21. The Secret House. It was a dark, clear night, the air very still and warm, and the sky bright with innumerable stars. The small company penetrated into the town by the back ways and narrow alleys, D'Aunay going on ahead, Patineau the last by some 30 yards, and Moreau keeping upon the opposite side of the street. Once they had left behind them the lights of the station square, they walked amongst closed doors and the blind faces of unlit houses. Frobisher's heart raced within his bosom. He strained his eyes and ears for some evidence of spies upon their heels, but no one was concealed in any porch, and not the stealthiest sound of a pursuit was borne to their hearing. "On a night like this," he said, in tones which, strive as he might to steady them, were still a little tremulous, "one could hear a footstep on the stones a quarter of a mile away, and we hear nothing. Yet, if there is a gang, it can hardly be that we are unwatched." Hanaud disagreed. "This is a night for alibis," he returned, lowering his voice. "Good, sound, incontestable alibis. All but those engaged will be publicly with their friends, and those engaged do not know how near we are to their secrets." They turned into a narrow street and kept on its left-hand side. "Do you know where we are?" Hanaud asked. "No? Yet we are near to the Maison Grenelle. On the other side of these houses to our left runs the street of Charles Robert." Jim Frobisher stopped dead. "It was here, then, that you came last night after I left you at the prefecture?" he exclaimed. "Ah, you recognized me, then?" Hanaud returned imperturbably. "I wondered whether you did when you turned at the gates of your house." On the opposite side of the street the houses were broken by a high wall in which two great wooden doors were set. Behind the wall, at the end of a courtyard, the upper story and the roof of a considerable house rose in a steep ridge against the stars. Hanaud pointed towards it. "Look at that house, monsieur. There Madame Raviat came to live while she waited to be set free. It belongs to the Maison Grenelle. After she married Simon Harlow, they would never let it. They kept it just as it was, the shrine of their passion, that strange romantic couple. But there was more romance in that, to be sure. It has been unoccupied ever since." Jim Frobisher felt a chill close about his heart. Was that house the goal to which Hanaud was leading him with so confident a step? He looked at the gates and the house. Even in the night it had a look of long neglect and decay, the paint peeling from the doors, and not a light in any window. Someone in the street, however, was awake, for just above their heads a window was raised with the utmost caution, and a whisper floated down to them. "No one has appeared." Hanaud took no open notice of the whisper. He did not pause in his walk, but he said to Frobisher, "And, as you hear, it is still unoccupied." At the end of the street D'Aunay melted away altogether. Hanaud and Frobisher crossed the road and, with Moreau just ahead, turned down a passage between the houses to the right. Beyond the passage they turned again to the right into a narrow lane between high walls, and when they had covered 30 yards or so, Frobisher saw the branches of leafy trees over the wall upon his right. It was so dark here under the shade of the boughs that Frobisher could not even see his companions, and he knocked against Moreau before he understood that they had come to the end of their journey. They were behind the garden of the house in which Madame Raviat had lived and loved. Hanaud's hand tightened upon Jim Frobisher's arm, constraining him to absolute immobility. Patineau had vanished as completely and noiselessly as D'Aunay. The three men left stood in the darkness and listened. A sentence which Anne Upcott had spoken in the garden of the Maison Grenelle when she had been describing the terror with which she had felt the face bending over her in the darkness came back to him. He had thought it false then. He took back his criticism now, for he, too, imagined that the beating of his heart must wake all Dijon. They stood there motionless for the space of a minute, and then, at a touch from Hanaud, Nicolas Moreau stooped. Frobisher heard the palm of his hand sliding over wood, and immediately after the tiniest little click as a key was fitted into a lock and turned. A door in the wall swung silently open and let a glimmer of light into the lane. The three men passed into a garden of weeds and rank grass and overgrown bushes. Moreau closed and locked the door behind them. As he locked the door, the clocks of the city struck the half-hour. Hanaud whispered in Frobisher's ear, "They have not yet reached the Val Terzon. Come." They crept over the mat of grass and weeds to the back of the house. A short flight of stone steps, patched with mould, descended from a terrace. At the back of the terrace were shuttered windows, but in the corner of the house, on a level with the garden, there was a door. Once more Moreau stooped, and once more a door swung inwards without a sound.
But whereas the garden door had let through some gleam of twilight, this door opened upon the blackness of the pit. Jim Frobisher shrank back from it, not in physical fear, but in an appalling dread that some other man than he, wearing his clothes and his flesh, would come out of that door again. His heart came to a standstill, and then Hanaud pushed him gently into the passage. The door was closed behind them. An almost inaudible sound told him that now the door was locked. "Listen," Hanaud whispered sharply. His trained ear had caught a sound in the house above them, and in a second Frobisher heard it too, a sound regular and continuous and very slight, but in that uninhabited house filled with uttermost blackness very daunting. Gradually the explanation dawned upon Jim. "It's a clock ticking," he said under his breath. "Yes, a clock ticking away in the empty house," returned Hanaud. And though his answer was rather breathed than whispered, there was a queer thrill in it, the sound of which Jim could not mistake. The hunter had picked up his spoor. Just beyond, the quarry would come in view. Suddenly a thread of light gleamed along the passage, lit up a short flight of stairs and a door on the right at the head of them, and went out again. Hanaud slipped his electric torch back into his pocket and, passing Moreau, took the lead. The door at the head of the stairs opened with a startling whine of its hinges. Frobisher stopped with his heart in his throat, though what he feared he could not have told even himself. Again the thread of light shone, and this time it explored. The three found themselves in a stone-flagged hall. Hanaud crossed it, extinguished his torch, and opened a door. A broken shutter swinging upon a hinge enabled them dimly to see a gallery which stretched away into the gloom. The faint light penetrating from the window showed them a high double door leading to some room at the back of the house. Hanaud stole over the boards and laid his ear to the panel. In a little while he was satisfied. His hand dropped to the knob, and a leaf of the door opened noiselessly. Once more the torch glowed.
Its beam played upon the high ceiling, the tall windows shrouded in heavy curtains of red silk brocade, and revealed to Frobisher's amazement a room which had a look of daily use. All was orderly and clean, the furniture polished and in good repair. There were fresh flowers in the vases, whose perfume filled the air, and it was upon the marble chimney-piece of this room that the clock ticked. The room was furnished with lightness and elegance, except for one fine and massive press with double doors in marquetry, which occupied a recess near to the fireplace. Girandoles with mirrors and gilt frames, now fitted with electric lights, were fixed upon the walls, with a few pictures in water-colour. A chandelier glittering with lustres hung from the ceiling, an empire writing-table stood near the window, a deep cushioned divan stretched along the wall opposite the fireplace. So much had Frobisher noticed when the light again went out. Hanaud closed the door upon the room again. "We shall be hidden in the embrasure of any of these windows," Hanaud whispered when they were once more in the long gallery. "No light will be shown here with that shutter hanging loose, we may be sure. Meanwhile, let us watch and be very silent." They took their stations in the deep shadows by the side of the window with the broken shutter. They could see dimly the courtyard and the great carriage doors in the wall at the end of it, and they waited, Jim Frobisher under such a strain of dread and expectancy that each second seemed an hour, and he wondered at the immobility of his companions. The only sound of breathing that he heard came from his own lungs. In a while Hanaud laid a hand upon his sleeve, and the clasp of the hand tightened and tightened. Motionless though he stood like a man in a seizure, Hanaud too was in the grip of an intense excitement, for one of the great leaves of the courtyard door was opening silently. It opened just a little way, and as silently closed again. But someone had slipped in, so vague and swift and noiseless a figure that Jim would have believed his imagination had misled him, but for a thicker blot of darkness at the centre of the great door. There someone stood now who had not stood there a minute before, as silent and still as any of the watchers in the gallery, and more still than one. For Hanaud moved suddenly away on the tips of his toes into the deepest of the gloom, and, sinking down upon his heels, drew his watch from his pocket. He drew his coat closely about it, and for a fraction of a second flashed his torchlight on the dial. It was now 5 minutes past 12. "It is the time," he breathed as he crept back to his place. "Listen now." A minute passed, and another. Frobisher found himself shivering as a man shivers at a photographer's when he is told by the operator to keep still. He had a notion that he was going to fall. Then a distant noise caught his ear, and at once his nerves grew steady. It was the throb of a motorcycle, and it grew louder and louder. He felt Hanaud stiffen at his side. Hanaud had been right, then. The conviction deepened in his mind. When all had been darkness and confusion to him, Hanaud from the first had seen clearly. But what had he seen? Frobisher was still unable to answer that question, and whilst he fumbled amongst conjectures, a vast relief swept over him, for the noise of the cycle had ceased altogether. It had roared through some contiguous street and gone upon its way into the open country. Not the faintest pulsation of its engine was any longer audible. That late-faring traveller had taken Dijon in his stride. In a revulsion of relief he pictured him devouring the road, the glow of his lamp putting the stars to shame, the miles leaping away behind him, and suddenly the pleasant picture was struck from before his vision, and his heart fluttered up into his throat. For the leaf of the great coach door was swung wider and closed again, and the motorcycle with its sidecar was within the courtyard. The rider had slipped out his clutch and stopped his engine more than 100 yards away in the other street. His own impetus had been enough and more than enough to swing him round the corner along the road and into the courtyard. The man who had closed the door moved to his side as he dismounted. Between them they lifted something from the sidecar and laid it on the ground. The watchman held open the door again, the cyclist wheeled out his machine, the door was closed, a key turned in the lock. Not a word had been spoken, not an unnecessary movement made. It had all happened within the space of a few seconds. The man waited by the gate, and in a little while from some other street the cyclist's engine was heard once more to throb. His work was done. Jim Frobisher wondered that Hanaud should let him go, but Hanaud had eyes for no one but the man who was left behind and the big package upon the ground under the blank side wall. The man moved to it, stooped, raised it with an appearance of effort, then stood upright, holding it in his arms. It was something shapeless and long and heavy. So much the watchers in the gallery could see, but no more. The man in the courtyard moved towards the door without a sound, and Hanaud drew his companions back from the window of the broken shutter. Quick as they were only just in time to escape from that revealing twilight. Already the intruder with his burden stood within the gallery. The front door was unlatched, that was clear. It had needed but a touch to open it. The intruder moved without a sound to the double door of which Hanaud had opened one leaf. He stood in front of it, pushed it with his foot, and both the leaves swung inwards. He disappeared into the room. But the faint, misty light had fallen upon him for a second, and though none could imagine who he was, they all three saw that what he carried was a heavy sack. Now, at all events, Hanaud would move, thought Frobisher. But he did not. They all heard the man now, but not his footsteps. It was just the brushing of his clothes against furniture. Then came a soft, almost inaudible sound, as though he had laid his burden down upon the deep-cushioned couch. Then he himself reappeared in the doorway, his arms empty, his hat pressed down upon his forehead, and a dim whiteness where his face should be. But dark as it was, they saw the glitter of his eyes. "It will be now," Frobisher said to himself, expecting that Hanaud would leap from the gloom and bear the intruder to the ground. But this man, too, Hanaud let go. He closed the doors again, drawing the two leaves together, and stole from the gallery. No one heard the outer door close, but with a startling loudness some metal thing rang upon stone, and within the house. Even Jim Frobisher understood that the outer door had been locked, and the key dropped through the letter slot. The three men crept back to their window. They saw the intruder cross the courtyard, open one leaf of the coach door, peer this way and that, and go. Again a key tinkled upon stones. The key of the great door had been pushed or kicked underneath it back into the courtyard. The clocks suddenly chimed the quarter. To Frobisher's amazement, it was 12:15. Between the moment when the cyclist rode his car in at the doors and now, just 5 minutes had elapsed, and again, but for the three men, the house was empty. Or was it empty? For Hanaud had slipped across to the door of the room and opened it, and a slight sound broke out of that black room, as of some living thing which moved uneasily. At Jim Frobisher's elbow, Hanaud breathed a sigh of relief. Something, it seemed, had happened for which he had hardly dared to hope. Some great dread, he knew with certainty, had not been fulfilled. On the heels of that sigh a sharp, loud click rang out, the release of a spring, the withdrawal of a bolt. Hanaud drew the door swiftly to, and the three men fell back. Someone had somehow entered that room, someone was moving quietly about it. From the corner of the corridor in which they had taken refuge, the three men saw the leaves of the door swing very slowly in upon their hinges. Someone appeared upon the threshold, and stood motionless, listening, and after a few seconds advanced across the gallery to the window. It was a girl. So much they could determine from the contour of her head and the slim neck. To the surprise of those three, a second shadow flitted to her side. Both of them peered from the window into the courtyard. There was nothing to tell them there whether the midnight visitors had come and gone or not yet come at all. One of them whispered, "Key." And the other, the shorter one, crept into the hall and returned with the key which had been dropped through the letter slot in her hand. The taller of the two laughed, and the sound of it so clear, so joyous, like the trill of a bird, it was impossible for Jim Frobisher even for a second to mistake. The second girl, standing at the window of this dark and secret house, with the key in her hand to tell her that all that had been plotted had been done, was Betty Harlow. Jim Frobisher had never imagined a sound so sinister, so alarming, as that clear, joyous laughter lilting through the silent gallery. It startled him. It set his whole faith in the world shuddering. "There must be some good explanation," he argued, but his heart was sinking amidst terrors. Of what dreadful event was that laughter to be the prelude? The two figures at the window flitted back across the gallery. It seemed that there was no further reason for precautions. "Shut the door, Francine," said Betty in her ordinary voice, and when this was done, within the room the lights went on. But time and disuse had warped the doors. They did not quite close, and between them a golden strip of light showed like a wand. "Let us see now," cried Betty. "Let us see." And again she laughed. And under the cover of her laughter the three men crept forward and looked in. Moreau upon his knees, Frobisher stooping above him, Hanaud at his full height behind them all. Chapter 22. The Corona Machine. The detective's hand fell softly upon Frobisher's shoulder, warning him to silence, and this warning was needed. The lustres of the big glass chandelier were so many flashing jewels. The mirrors of the girandoles multiplied their candle-lamps. The small gay room was ablaze, and in the glare Betty stood and laughed. Her white shoulders rose from a slim evening frock of black velvet. From her carefully dressed copper hair to her black satin shoes she was as trim as if she had just been unpacked from a bandbox, and she was laughing whole-heartedly at a closed sack on the divan, a sack which jerked and flapped grotesquely like a fish on a beach. Someone was imprisoned within that sack. Jim Frobisher could not doubt who that someone was, and it seemed to him that no sound more soulless and cruel had ever been heard in the world than Betty's merriment. She threw her head back. Jim could see her slender white throat working, her shoulders flashing and shaking. She clapped her hands with a horrible glee. Something died within Frobisher's breast as he heard it. Was it in his heart, he wondered? It was, however, to be the last time that Betty Harlow laughed. "You can get her out, Francine," she said, and whilst Francine with a pair of scissors cut the end of the sack loose, she sat down with her back to it at the writing-table and unlocked a drawer. The sack was cut away and thrown upon the floor, and now on the divan Anne Upcott lay in her gleaming dancing dress, her hands bound behind her back and her ankles tied cruelly together. Her hair was dishevelled, her face flushed, and she had the look of one quite dazed. She drew in deep breaths of air with her bosom labouring, but she was unaware for the moment of her predicament or surroundings, and her eyes rested upon Francine and travelled from her to Betty's back without a gleam of recognition. She wrenched a little at her wrists, but even that movement was instinctive, and then she closed her eyes and lay still, so still that but for her breathing the watchers at the door would hardly have believed that she still lived. Betty, meanwhile, lifted from the open drawer first a small bottle half filled with a pale yellow liquid, and next a small case of morocco leather. From the case she took a hypodermic syringe and its needle, and screwed the two parts together. "Is she ready?" Betty asked, as she removed the stopper from the bottle.
"Quite, mademoiselle,"
answered Francine. She began with a giggle, but she looked at the prisoner as she spoke, and she ended with a startled gasp, for Anne was looking straight at her with the strangest, disconcerting stare. It was impossible to say whether she knew Francine, or, knowing her, would not admit her knowledge. But her gaze never faltered. It was actually terrifying by its fixity, and in a sharp, hysterical voice Francine suddenly cried out, "Turn your eyes away from me, will you?" And she added with a shiver, "It's horrible, mademoiselle. It's like a dead person watching you as you move about the room." Betty turned curiously towards the divan, and Anne's eyes wandered off to her. It seemed as though it needed just that interchange of glances to awaken her. For as Betty resumed her work of filling the hypodermic syringe from the bottle, a look of perplexity crept into Anne Upcott's face. She tried to sit up, and finding that she could not, tore at the cords which bound her wrists. Her feet kicked upon the divan. A moan of pain broke from her lips, and with that consciousness returned to her. "Betty," she whispered, and Betty turned with the needle ready in her hand. She did not speak, but her face spoke for her. Her upper lip was drawn back a little from her teeth, and there was a look in her great eyes which appalled Jim Frobisher outside the door. Once before he had seen just that look, when Betty was lying on Mrs. Harlowe's bed for Hanaud's experiment, and he had lingered in the treasure-room with Anne Upcott. It had been inscrutable to him then, but it was as plain as print now. It meant murder, and so Anne Upcott understood it. Helpless as she was, she shrank back upon the divan. In a panic she spoke with faltering lips, and her eyes fixed upon Betty with a dreadful fascination. "Betty, you had me taken and brought here. You sent me to Madame Levet's on purpose. Oh, the letter, then, the anonymous letter." And a new light broke in upon Anne's mind. A new terror shook her. "You wrote it, Betty, you, the scourge!" She sank back and again struggled vainly with her bonds. Betty rose from her chair and crossed the room towards her, the needle shining bright in her hand. Her hapless prisoner saw it. "What's that?" she cried, and she screamed aloud. The extremity of her horror lent to her an unnatural strength. Somehow she dragged herself up and got her feet to the ground. Somehow she stood upright, swaying as she stood. "You were going to—" she began, and broke off. "Oh, no, you couldn't! You couldn't!" Betty put out a hand and laid it on Anne's shoulder, and held her so for a moment, savouring her vengeance. "Whose face was it bending so close down over yours in the darkness?" she asked in a soft and dreadful voice. "Whose face, Anne? Guess." She shook her swaying prisoner with a gentleness as dreadful as her quiet voice. "You talk too much. Your tongue's dangerous, Anne. You are too curious, Anne. What were you doing in the treasure-room yesterday evening with your watch in your hand, eh? Can't you answer, you pretty fool?" Then Betty's voice changed. It remained low and quiet, but hatred crept into it, a deep, whole-hearted hatred. You have been interfering with me too, haven't you, Anne? Oh, we both understand very well." And Hanaud's hand tightened upon Frobisher's shoulder. Here was the real key and explanation of Betty's hatred. Anne Upcott knew too much, was getting to know more, might at any moment light upon the whole truth. Yes, Anne Upcott's disappearance would look like a panic-stricken flight, would have the effect of a confession, no doubt. But above all these considerations, paramount in Betty Harlowe's mind was a resolve at once to punish and rid herself of a rival. "All this week you have been thrusting yourself in my way," she said, "and here's your reward for it, Anne. Yes, I had you bound hand and foot and brought here. The water-lily." She looked her victim over as she stood in her delicate bright frock, her white silk stockings and satin slippers, swaying in terror. 15 minutes, Anne. That fool of a detective was right. 15 minutes. That's all the time the arrow poison takes. Anne's eyes opened wide. The blood rushed into her white face and ebbed, leaving it whiter than it was before. "Arrow poison!" she cried. "Betty, it was you, then! Oh!" She would have fallen forward, but Betty Harlowe pushed her shoulder gently, and she fell back upon the divan. That Betty had been guilty of that last infamy, the murder of her benefactress, not until this moment had Anne Upcott for one moment suspected. It was clear to her, too, that there was not the slightest hope for her. She burst suddenly into a storm of tears. Betty Harlowe sat down on the divan beside her and watched her closely and curiously with a devilish enjoyment. The sound of the girl's sobbing was music in her ears. She would not let it flag. "You shall lie here in the dark all night, Anne, and alone," she said in a low voice, bending over her. "Tomorrow Espinosa will put you under one of the stone flags in the kitchen, but tonight you shall lie just as you are. Come." She bent over Anne Upcott, gathering the flesh of her arm with one hand and advancing the needle with the other, and a piercing scream burst from Francine Rollard. "Look!" she cried, and she pointed to the door. It was open, and Hanaud stood upon the threshold. Betty looked up at the cry, and the blood receded from her face. She sat like an image of wax, staring at the open doorway, and a moment afterwards, with a gesture swift as lightning, she drove the needle into the flesh of her own arm and emptied it. Frobisher, with a cry of horror, started forward to prevent her, but Hanaud roughly thrust him back. "I want you, monsieur, not to interfere," he said, with a savage note in his voice, which Jim had not heard before, and Betty Harlowe dropped the needle onto the couch, whence it rolled to the floor. She sprang up now to her full height, her heels together, her arms outstretched from her sides. 15 minutes, Monsieur Hanaud," she cried with bravado. "I am safe from you." Hanaud laughed and wagged his forefinger contemptuously in her face. "Coloured water, mademoiselle, doesn't kill." Betty swayed upon her feet and steadied herself. "Bluff, Monsieur Hanaud," she said. "We shall see." The confidence of his tone convinced her. She flashed across the room to her writing-table. Swift as she was, Hanaud met her there. "Ah, no," he cried, "that's quite a different thing." He seized her wrists. "Moreau," he called with a nod towards Francine. "And you, Monsieur Frobisher, will you release that young lady, if you please?" Moreau dragged Francine Rollard from the room and locked her safely away. Jim seized upon the big scissors and cut the cords about Anne's wrists and ankles and unwound them. He was aware that Hanaud had flung the chair from the writing-table into an open space, that Betty was struggling and then was still, that Hanaud had forced her into the chair, and snatched up one of the cords which Frobisher had dropped upon the floor. When he had finished his work, he saw that Betty was sitting with her hands in handcuffs and her ankles tied to one of the legs of the chair, and Hanaud was staunching with his handkerchief a wound in his hand which bled. Betty had bitten him like a wild animal caught in a trap.
"Yes, you warned me, mademoiselle, the first morning I met you," Hanaud said with a savage irony, "that you didn't wear a wristwatch because you hated things on your wrists. My apologies, I had forgotten."
He went back to the writing-table and thrust his hand into the drawer. He drew out a small cardboard box and removed the lid.
"5," he said. "Yes, 5."
He carried the box across the room to Frobisher, who was standing against the wall with a face like death.
"Look."
There were 5 white tablets in the box.
"We know where the 6th is, or rather, we know where it was, for I had it analyzed today. Cyanide of potassium, my friend. Crunch one of them between your teeth and 50 minutes? Not a bit of it. A fraction of a second, that's all."
Frobisher leaned forward and whispered in Hanaud's ear, "Leave them within her reach." His first instinctive thought had been to hinder Betty from destroying herself. Now he prayed that she might, and with so desperate a longing that a deep pity softened Hanaud's eyes.
"I must not, monsieur," he said gently.
He turned to Moreau.
"There is a cab waiting at the corner of the Maison Grenelle,"
and Moreau went in search of it. Hanaud went over to Anne Upcott, who was sitting upon the divan, her head bowed, her body shivering. Every now and then she handled and eased one of her tortured wrists.
"Mademoiselle," he said, standing in front of her, "I owe you an explanation and an apology. I never from the beginning, no, not for one moment, believed that you were guilty of the murder of Madame Hanaud. I was sure that you had never touched the necklace of pink pearls. Oh, at once I was sure, long before I found it. I believed every word of the story you told us in the garden, but none of this dared I show you, for only by pretending that I was convinced of your guilt could I protect you during this last week in the Maison Grenelle."
"Thank you, monsieur," she replied with a wan effort at a smile.
"But for tonight I owe you an apology," he continued. "I make it with shame. That you were to be brought back here to the tender mercies of Mademoiselle Betty, I hadn't a doubt, and I was here to make sure you should be spared them. But I have never in my life had a more difficult case to deal with, so clear a conviction in my own mind, so little proof to put before a court. I had to have the evidence which I was certain to find in this room tonight. But I ask you to believe me, that if I had imagined for a moment the cruelty with which you were to be handled, I should have sacrificed this evidence. I beg you to forgive me."
Anne Upcott held out her hand. "Monsieur Hanaud," she replied simply, "but for you I should not be now alive. I should be lying here in the dark and alone, as it was promised to me, waiting for Espinosa and his spade." Her voice broke, and she shuddered violently, so that the divan shook on which she sat.
"You must forget these miseries," he said gently. "You have youth, as I told you once before. A little time and—"
The return of Nicolas Moreau interrupted him, and with Moreau came a couple of gendarmes and Girardot, the commissaire.
"You have Francine Rolla?"
Hanaud asked.
"You can hear her,"
Moreau returned dryly. In the corridor a commotion arose, the scuffling of feet and a woman's voice screaming abuse. It died away.
"Mademoiselle here will not give you so much trouble," said Hanaud.
Betty was sitting huddled in her chair, her face averted and sullen, her lips muttering inaudible words. She had not once looked at Jim Frobisher since he had entered the room, nor did she now. Moreau stooped and untied her ankles, and a big gendarme raised her up, but her knees failed beneath her. She could not stand. Her strength and her spirit had left her. The gendarme picked her up as if she had been a child, and as he moved to the door, Jim Frobisher planted himself in front of him. "Stop!" he cried, and his voice was strong and resonant. "Monsieur Hanaud, you have said just now that you believed every word of Mademoiselle Anne's story."
"It is true."
"You believe, then, that Madame Harlowe was murdered at 10:30 on the night of the 27th of April, and at 10:30 Mademoiselle here was at Monsieur de Pouyac's ball. You will set her free." Hanaud did not argue the point.
"And what of tonight?" he asked. "Stand aside, if you please."
Jim held his ground for a moment or two, and then drew aside. He stood with his eyes closed, and such a look of misery upon his face as Betty was carried out, that Hanaud attempted some clumsy word of condolence.
"This has been a bitter experience for you, Monsieur Frobisher," he began.
"Would that you had taken me into your confidence at the first!" Jim cried volubly.
"Would you have believed me if I had?"
asked Hanaud, and Jim was silent.
"As it was, Monsieur Frobisher, I took a grave risk which I know now I had not the right to take, and I told you more than you think."
He turned away towards Moreau.
"Lock the courtyard doors and the door of the house after they have gone, and bring the keys here to me."
Girardot had made a bundle of the solution, the hypodermic syringe, the tablets of cyanide, and the pieces of cord.
"There is something here of importance,"
Hanaud observed, and, stooping at the writing-table, he picked up a square, flat-topped black case.
"You will recognize this,"
he remarked to Jim as he handed it to Girardot. It was the case of a Corona typewriting machine, and from its weight the machine itself was clearly within the case.
"Yes,"
Hanaud explained as the door closed upon the commissaire.
"This pretty room is the factory where all those abominable letters were prepared. Here the information was filed away for use. Here the letters were typed. From here they were issued."
"Blackmailing letters!" cried Jim. "Letters demanding money!"
"Some of them,"
answered Hanaud. "But Betty Harlowe had money, all that she needed, and more if she chose to ask for it."
"All that she needed? No,"
answered Hanaud with a shake of the head.
"The blackmailer never has enough money, for no one is so blackmailed."
A sudden and irrational fury seized upon Frobisher. They had agreed, he and Hanaud, that there was a gang involved in all these crimes. It might be that Betty was of them, yes, even led them, but were they all to go scot-free? "There are others," he exclaimed. "The man who rode this motorcycle."
"Young Espinosa," replied Hanaud. "Did you notice his accent when you stopped at the fork of the roads in the Val d'Orzan? He did not mount his cycle again. No."
"And the man who carried in the sack?"
"Maurice Thévenet," said Hanaud, "that promising young novice. He is now at the depot. He will never get that good word from me which was to unlock Paris for him."
"And Espinosa himself, who was to come here tomorrow?" He stopped abruptly with his eyes on Anne.
"And who murdered Jean Cladel, eh?" Hanaud went on. "A fool, that fellow. Why use the Catalan's knife in the Catalan's way?"
Hanaud looked at his watch.
"It is over.
No doubt Espinosa is under lock and key by now, and there are others, monsieur, of whom you have never heard. The net has been cast wide tonight. Have no fear of that."
Moreau returned with the keys and handed them to Hanaud. Hanaud put them into a pocket and went over to Anne Upcott.
"Mademoiselle, I shall not trouble you with any explanations tonight. Tomorrow you will tell me why you went to Madame Lavey's ball. It was given out that you meant to run away. That, of course, was not true. You shall give me the real reason tomorrow, and an account of what happened to you there."
Anne shivered at the memories of that night, but she answered quietly, "Yes, I will tell you everything."
"Good. Then we can go," said Hanaud cheerfully.
"Go?" Anne Upcott asked in wonderment. "But you have had us all locked in." Hanaud laughed. He had a little surprise to spring on the girl, and he loved surprises, so long as they were of his own contriving.
"Monsieur Frobisher, I think, must have guessed the truth. This house, mademoiselle, the Hôtel de Brébizard, is very close as the crow flies to the Maison Grenelle. There is one row of houses, the houses of the street of Charles Robert, between. It was built by Etienne Bouchard de Grenelle, President of the Parliament during the reign of Louis XV, a very dignified and important figure, and he built it, mademoiselle, this is the point, at the same time that he built the Maison Grenelle. Having built it, he installed in it a joyous lady of the province from which it takes its name, Madame de Brébizard. There was no scandal, for the President never came visiting Madame de Brébizard, and for the best of reasons. Between this house and the Maison Grenelle he had constructed a secret passage in that age of secret passages."
Frobisher was startled. Hanaud had given credit to him for an astuteness which he did not possess. He had been occupied heart and brain by the events of the evening. So rapidly had they followed one upon the other, so little time had they allowed for speculations. "How in the world did you discover this?" he asked.
"You shall know in due time. For the moment, let us content ourselves with the facts," Hanaud continued. "After the death of Etienne de Grenelle, at some period or another, the secret of this passage was lost. It is clear, too, I think, that it fell into disrepair and became blocked. At all events, at the end of the 18th century, the Hôtel de Brébizard passed into other hands than those of the owner of the Maison Grenelle. Simon Harlow, however, discovered the secret. He bought back the Hôtel de Brébizard, restored the passage, and put it to the same use as old Etienne de Grenelle had done. For here Madame Ravillard came to live during the years before the death of her husband set her free to marry Simon. There, my little lecture is over. Let us go."
He bowed low to Anne like a lecturer to his audience, and unlatched the double doors of the big buhl cabinet in the recess of the wall. A cry of surprise broke from Anne, who had risen unsteadily to her feet. The cabinet was quite empty. There was not so much as a shelf, and all could see that the floor of it was tilted up against one end, and that a flight of steps ran downwards in the thickness of the wall.
"Come,"
said Hanaud, producing his electric torch.
"Will you take this, Monsieur Frobisher, and go first with mademoiselle? I will turn out the lights and follow."
But Anne, with a little frown upon her forehead, drew sharply back. She put her hand to Hanaud's sleeve and steadied herself by it. "I will come with you," she said. "I am not very steady on my legs." She laughed her action off, but both men understood it. Jim Frobisher had thought her guilty of theft and murder.
She shrank from him to the man who had had no doubt that she was innocent, and even that was not all. She was wounded by Jim's distrust more deeply than anyone else could have wounded her. Frobisher inclined his head in acknowledgment and, pressing the button of the torch, descended 5 or 6 of the narrow steps. Moreau followed him. "You are ready, mademoiselle?" "So," said Hanaud. He put an arm about her to steady her, and pressed up a switch by the open doors of the cabinet. The room was plunged in darkness. Guided by the beam of light, they followed Frobisher onto the steps. Hanaud closed the doors of the cabinet and fastened them together with the bolts. "Forward!" he cried. "And you, mademoiselle, be careful of your heels on these stone steps." When his head was just below the level of the first step, he called upon Frobisher to halt and raise the torch. Then he slid the floorboard of the cabinet back into its place. Beneath this a trap-door hung downwards. Hanaud raised it and bolted it in place. "We can go on." 10 more steps brought them to a tiny vaulted hall. From that a passage, bricked and paved, led into darkness. Frobisher led the way along the passage until the foot of another flight of steps was reached. "Where do these steps lead, my friend?" Hanaud asked of Frobisher, his voice sounding with a strange hollowness in that tunnel. "You shall tell me." Jim, with memories of that night when he and Anne and Betty had sat in the dark of the perfumed garden, and Anne's eyes had searched this way and that amidst the gloom of the sycamores, answered promptly, "Into the garden of the Maison Grenelle." Hanaud chuckled. "And you, mademoiselle, what do you say?" Anne's face clouded over. "I know now," she said gravely. Then she shivered and drew her cloak slowly about her shoulders. "Let us go up and see." Hanaud took the lead. He lowered a trap-door at the top of the steps, touched a spring, and slid back a panel. "Wait," said he, and he sprang out and turned on a light. Anne Upcott, Jim Frobisher, and Moreau climbed out of Simon Harlowe's sedan chair into the treasure-room. Chapter 23. The Truth About the Clock. To the amazement of them all, Moreau began to laugh. Up till now he had been alert, competent, and without expression. Stolidity had been the mark of him, and now he laughed in great gusts, holding his sides and then wringing his hands, as though the humour of things was altogether unbearable. Once or twice he tried to speak, but laughter leapt upon the words and drowned them. "What in the world is the matter with you, Nicolas?" Hanaud asked. "But I beg your pardon," Moreau stammered, and again merriment seized and mastered him. At last 2 intelligible words were heard. "Oui, Girardeau!" he cried, settling an imaginary pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose, and went off into a fit. Gradually the reason of his paroxysms was explained in broken phrases. "Oui, Girardeau, we fix the seals upon the doors, and all the time there is a way in and out under our nose. These rooms must not be disturbed. No, the great Monsieur Hanaud is coming from Paris to look at them, so we seal them tight. Oui, Girardeau. My God, but we, Girardeau, look the fool, so careful and pompous with our linen bands. We, Girardeau, shall make the laughter at the assize court. Yes, yes, yes. I think we, Girardeau, shall hand in our resignation before the trial is over." Perhaps Moreau's humour was a little too professional for his audience. Perhaps, too, the circumstances of that night had dulled their appreciation. Certainly Moreau had all the laughter to himself. Jim Frobisher was driven to the little Louis Quinze clock upon the marquetry cabinet. He never could for a moment forget it. So much hung for Betty Harlow upon its existence. Whatever wild words she might have used tonight, there was the incontrovertible testimony of the clock to prove that she had had no hand whatever in the murder of Mrs. Harlow. He drew his own watch from his pocket and compared it with the clock. "It is exact to the minute," he declared with a little accent of triumph. "It is now 23 minutes past 1. And suddenly Hanaud was at his side with a curious air of alertness. "Is it so?" he asked, and he too made sure, by comparison with his own watch, that Frobisher's statement was correct. "Yes, 23 minutes past 1. That is very fortunate." He called Anne Upcott and Moreau to him, and they all now stood grouped about the cabinet. "The key to the mystery about this clock," he remarked, "is to be found in the words which Mademoiselle Anne used when the seals were removed from the doors and she saw the clock again in the light of day. She was perplexed. Isn't that so, mademoiselle?" "Yes," Anne returned. It seems to me still, that the clock was somehow placed higher than it actually is." "Exactly. Let us put it to the test." He looked at the clock and saw that the hands now reached 26 minutes past 1. "I will ask you all to go out of this room and wait in the hall in the dark, for it was in the dark, you will remember, that Mademoiselle descended the stairs. I shall turn the lights out here and call you in. When I do, Mademoiselle will switch the lights on and off swiftly, just as she did on the night of the 27th of April. Then I think all will be clear to you." He crossed to the door leading into the hall, and found it locked with the key upon the inside. "Of course," he said, "when the passage is used to the Hôtel de Brébizard, this door would be locked." He turned the key and drew the door towards him. The hall gaped before them, black and silent. Hanaud stood aside. "If you please." Moreau and Frobisher went out. Anne Upcott hesitated and cast a look of appeal towards Hanaud. Her perplexities were to be set at rest. She did not doubt that. This man had saved her from death when it seemed that nothing could save her. Her trust in him was absolute, but her perplexities were unimportant. Some stroke was to be delivered upon Betty Harlow from which there could be no recovery. Anne Upcott was not a good hater of Betty's stamp. She shrank from the thought that it was to be her hand which would deliver that stroke. "Courage, mademoiselle!" Hanaud exhorted her with a friendly smile, and Anne joined the others in the dark hall. Hanaud closed the door upon them and returned to the clock. It was 28 minutes past 1. "I have 2 minutes," he said to himself. "That will just do if I am quick." Outside, the 3 witnesses waited in the darkness. One of the 3 shivered suddenly so that her teeth rattled in her mouth. "Anne," Jim Frobisher whispered, and he put his hand within her arm. Anne Upcott had come to the end of her strength. She clung to his hand spasmodically. "Jim," she answered under her breath. "Oh, but you were cruel to me." Hanaud's voice called to them from within the room. "Come!" Anne stepped forward, felt for and found the handle. She threw open the door with a nervous violence. The treasure-room was pitch-dark like the hall. Anne stepped through the doorway, and her fingers reached for the switch. "Now," she warned them in a voice which shook. Suddenly the treasure-room blazed with light. As suddenly it was black again, and in the darkness rose a clamour of voices. "10:30! I saw the hour!" cried Jim. "And again the clock was higher!" exclaimed Anne. "That is true," Moreau agreed. Hanaud's voice from the far corner of the room joined in. "Is that exactly what you saw, mademoiselle?" On the night of the 27th?
Exactly, monsieur.
Then turn on the lights again, and know the truth.
The injunction was uttered in tones so grave that it sounded like a knell. For a second or two Anne's fingers refused their service. Once more the conviction forced itself into her mind. Some irretrievable calamity waited upon the movement of her hand.
"Courage, mademoiselle!"
Again the lights shone, and this time they remained burning. The three witnesses advanced into the room, and as they looked again, from close at hand and with a longer gaze, a cry of surprise broke from all of them. There was no clock upon the marquetry cabinet at all. But high above it, in the long mirror before which it stood, there was the reflection of a clock, its white face so clear and bright that even now it was difficult to disbelieve that this was the clock itself, and the position of the hands gave the hour as precisely 10:30.
"Now turn about and see," said Hanaud.
The clock itself stood upon the shelf of the Adam mantelpiece, and there, staring at them, the true hour was marked. It was exactly 1:30. The long minute hand, pointing to 6, the shorter hour hand on the right-hand side of the figure 12, halfway between the 1 and the 2. With a simultaneous movement they all turned again to the mirror, and the mystery was explained. The shorter hour hand seen in the mirror was on the left-hand side of the figure 12, and just where it would have been if the hour had been 10:30, and the clock actually where its reflection was. The figures on the dial were reversed and difficult at first glance to read.
"You see," Hanaud explained, "it is the law of nature to save itself from effort even in the smallest things. We live with clocks and watches. They are as customary as our daily bread. And with the instinct to save ourselves from effort, we take our time from the position of the hands. We take the actual figures of the hours for granted. Mademoiselle comes out of the dark. In the one swift flash of light, she sees the hands upon the clock's face, 10:30. She herself, you will remember, Monsieur Frobisher, was surprised that the hour was so early. She was cold, as though she had slept long in her armchair. She had the impression that she had slept long, and Mademoiselle was right, for the time was 1:30, and Betty Harlowe had been 20 minutes home from Monsieur de Pouyac's ball."
Hanaud ended with a note of triumph in his voice which exasperated Frobisher. "Aren't you going a little too fast?" he asked. "When the seals were removed and we entered this room for the first time, the clock was not upon the mantel-shelf but upon the marquetry cabinet." Hanaud nodded.
"Mademoiselle Upcott told us her story before luncheon. We entered this room after luncheon. During the luncheon hours the position of the clock was changed." He pointed to the sedan chair. "You know now with what ease that could be done."
Could, Frobisher repeated impatiently. "It doesn't follow that it was done."
"That is true," Hanaud replied. "So I will answer now one of the questions in your memorandum. What was it that I saw from the top of the terrace tower? I saw the smoke rising from this chimney into the air. Oh, monsieur, I had paid attention to this house, its windows and its doors, and its chimney-stacks. And there, at midday, in all the warmth of late May, the smoke was rising from the chimney of the sealed room. There was an entrance then of which we knew nothing, and somebody had just made use of it. Who? Ask yourself that. Who went straight out from the Maison Grenelle the moment I had gone, and went alone? That clock had to be changed. Apparently some letters also had to be burnt." Jim hardly heard the last sentence. The clock still occupied his thoughts. His great argument had been riddled. His one dream of establishing Betty's innocence, in despite of every presumption and fact which could be brought against her, had been dispelled. He dropped onto a chair. "You understood it all so quickly," he said with bitterness. "Oh, I was not quick," Hanaud answered. "Ascribe to me no gifts out of the ordinary run, monsieur. I am trained, that is all. I have been my 20 minutes in the bull-ring. Listen how it came about." He looked at Frobisher with a comical smile. "It is a pity our eager young friend, Maurice Tavernet, is not here to profit by the lesson. First of all, then, I knew that Mademoiselle Betty was here doing something of great importance. It may be only burning those letters in the hearth. It may be more. I must wait and see. Good. There, standing before the mirror, Mademoiselle Anne makes her little remark that the clock seemed higher. Do I understand yet? No, but I am interested. Then I notice a curious thing, a beautiful specimen of Benvenuto Cellini's work set up high and flat on that mantel-shelf where no one can see it. So I take it down, and I carry it to the window, and I admire it very much, and I carry it back to the mantel-shelf. And then I notice 4 little marks upon the wood which had been concealed by the flat case of the jewel. And those 4 little marks are just the marks which the feet of that very pretty Louis XV clock might have made, had it stood regularly there, in its natural place. Yes, and the top of that marquetry cabinet, so much lower than the mantel-shelf is, too, the natural place for the Cellini jewel. Everyone can see it there. So I say to myself, my good Hanaud, this young lady has been rearranging her ornaments. But do I guess why? No, my friend. I told you once, and I tell you again very humbly, that we are the servants of chance. Chance is a good mistress if her servants do not go to sleep, and she treated me well that afternoon. See, I am standing in the hall in great trouble about this case, for nothing leads me anywhere. There is a big old-fashioned barometer like a frying pan on the wall behind me, and a mirror on the opposite wall in front of me. I raise my eyes from the floor, and by chance I see in the mirror the barometer behind me. By chance my attention is arrested, for I see that the indicator in the barometer points to stormy weather, which is ridiculous. I turn me about. It is to fine weather that the indicator points. And in a flash I see. I look at the position of the hand without looking at the letters. If I look the barometer in the face, the hand points to the fair weather. If I turn my back and look into the mirror, the hand points to the stormy weather. Now indeed I have it. I run into the treasure-room. I lock the door, for I do not wish to be caught. I do not move the clock. No, for nothing in the world will I move that clock. But I take out my watch. I face the mirror. I hold my watch facing the mirror. I open the glass, and I move the hands until in the mirror they seem to mark 10:30. Then I look at my watch itself. It is 1:30. So now I know. Do I want more proof? Monsieur, I get it, for as I unlock the door and open it again, there is Mademoiselle Betty face to face with me. That young girl. Even though already I suspect her, I get a shock, I can tell you. The good God knows that I am hardened enough against surprises, but for a moment the mask had slipped from her face. I felt a trickle of ice down my spine.
for out of her beautiful great eyes murder looked. He stood held in a spell by the memory of that fierce look. "Huh," he grunted, and he shook himself like a great dog coming up out of the water. "But you are talking too much, Monsieur Frobisher," he cried in a different voice, "and you are keeping Mademoiselle from her bed where she should have been an hour ago. Come." He drove his companions out into the hall, turned on the lights, locked the door of the treasure-room, and pocketed the key. "Mademoiselle, we will leave these lights burning," he said gently to Anne, "and Moreau will keep watch in the house. You have nothing to fear. He will not be far from your door. Good night." Anne gave him her hand with a wan smile. "I shall thank you tomorrow," she said, and she mounted the stairs slowly, her feet dragging, her body swaying with her fatigue. Hanaud watched her go. Then he turned to Frobisher with a whimsical smile. "What a pity," he said. She. No? After all, perhaps—" And he broke off hurriedly. Frobisher was growing red and beginning to look proper, and the last thing which Hanaud wished to do was to offend him in this particular. "I make my apologies," he said. "I am impertinent and a gossip. If I err, it is because I wish you